Hello, all. Good morning. Have a good day. Have a cool morning. Everywhere I heard rain showers. Where are you guys?
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, Anuj. Good morning. Roshan, Shubham Allam, Kasinath,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Mainak. You four alone not updated the URL. Are you facing any problem in completing first sprint of
Yes.
JS?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm facing it.
No, ma'am. I already completed. I am updating.
Yes, ma'am. Can I share my screen
Yeah,
or?
we will discuss. We will discuss now. Before that, others, you there? What happened? Even
ma'am,
there is
I'll have to
no
just
sign of greeting. Hello, all. Guys, you there?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning. Actually, it's cool morning. See, I want all of you to open MDN site. I have shared few links. I want all of you to read the theory of arrays and objects. So I'm giving you 15-20 minutes or even half an hour time. So most of you have completed first sprint, so you don't have anything. So I want you to read exclusively this array topic and objects, working with arrays and working with objects in JavaScript. Use official site, MDN site. I already shared link. Please read the introduction, syntax, especially the methods available in an array and how to handle an object in JavaScript object members. Yes, Mainak, Roshan, and Kasinath.
Completed, ma'am. I just updating.
Ma'am, I have to
Then fine.
update, ma'am.
Okay. So, Subham Allam, if you want to share your screen and we want to discuss on any error, we can do it. Others, please read the theory, introduction to working with arrays and objects in JavaScript. Just get into the topic. We will travel with, again, arrays and objects.
Ma'am, can I share screen?
Hasib, you there?
Or send me to the breakout room?
Yes, Sangeeta, I'm here.
So I'm going to breakout room.
Okay.
Akash is facing a problem.
Okay.
Let me connect with the development team.
Okay.
Check with their attendance and clarify the doubt, and I'll be back.
Okay, fine.
Where is Saurav?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'll take the attendance now. Okay, please respond.
Yes.
Yeah, Adesh,
Present, sir.
Abdul. Abdul, are you there? Abdul absent. Abhilash.
Full name, sir. Full name, sir.
Abdul Karim. Sorry, Abdul Karim. Abdul Hassan is there, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Abhilash.
Yes, sir.
Anuj. Anuj is there? Okay. Ayush.
Present, sir.
Harsh.
Present, sir.
Harshad.
Present, sir.
Jayashree.
Present, sir.
Jitesh.
Present, sir.
Joel.
Sir.
Kashinath.
Yes, sir.
Kuddus. Kuddus.
Yes, sir.
Mainak.
Yes, sir.
Nikhil.
Present, sir.
Praveen.
Yes, sir.
Priya.
Present, sir.
Ramaya.
Yes, sir.
Roshan.
Present, sir.
Richa.
Present, sir.
Rushikesh. Rushikesh.
Yes, sir. Present.
Sanjay.
Present, sir.
Shivani.
Present, sir.
Shubham. Shubham Alam. Siddharth.
Present, sir.
Sodit.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Sudeep?
This is Shubham. I am present.
Okay. Sodit. Sudeep, sorry.
Present, sir.
Surmani. Surmani, are you there? Surmani absent. Swapnil.
Yes, sir.
Tejas.
Present, sir.
Vaishnavi.
Present, sir.
Vivek.
Present, sir.
Vivek Sharma. The previous name was Vivek Kumar. Now I am calling Vivek Sharma. Are you there? Vivek Sharma. Ashmita.
Present, sir.
Priyanka.
Present, sir.
Okay. So I'll just call one more time. I'll call out the names who are absent. Vivek Sharma is absent. Then Surmani Konsam is absent today. And then Abdul Karim is absent today. Okay. Surmani, Abdul. Yeah, Abdul, you joined?
Yes, sir. No, sir. Abdul Hassan, sir. You did not get my name, sir.
No, Abdul Hassan, you will be in the breakout room. I think they will call you in the breakout room.
No, sir. Why, sir?
I don't know because here your name is not here, Abdul Hassan.
No, sir. Because there was not a email got from NIT.
You do one thing, you
for
talk to
the-
Sangeeta ma'am. You talk to Sangeeta ma'am. Okay.
Sir, when the Sangeeta ma'am is came here, sir. In the main session, I will talk.
Yeah, she's in the breakout room. She will come out from the breakout room within a 10 to 15 minutes. Then you talk to her. Fine.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Give me 2 minutes, guys. My daughter is crying. I'll just take care of her and come back. Okay. 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Yeah. Yes, I came back. Yeah, someone was having some doubt, right? What was that?
Sir, this is Roshan. Actually, I
Yeah.
need to. My programs are not running actually.
Sorry, Roshan, your voice is very low. I can't hear you.
My programs are not running, sir.
Okay, yeah, just share your screen. Let's see.
So can you get the voice now clearly?
Yeah, now it is clear. Yeah.
Okay.
See, SRC, you have given .html. It should be .js, no?
Where, sir?
Okay, previous code what I saw. Okay, fine. Show me. Where is
Oh.
your HTML file?
Not
It is a
very-
script, netpay.html you have written. It should be .js, no?
Okay, sir, actually, when I'm doing this,
Check eligibility. Okay.
to age 18, and the console is not showing anything.
Okay. Do you have any console.log in your JS file?
I think so. 1 second.
Open your JS file. Here age equal to prom, enter your age. Function. See, you are not calling check eligibility function. That's why. At the line number 9, you have to call the function.
Oh, okay. Yes.
You have to call the function. You have to pass age to that, whatever you have entered from the prompt.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. The code within function will not execute unless and until you call it. Okay?
Yeah. I was doing the Java way, I guess. That's what. Sorry, sir.
Okay.
And sir, what we need to do about that string replacement?
String replacement, you have a string, suppose str1 equal to hello world, and using replace function, that str you change it to hello India. That's what.
So
Okay.
it's not predefined. We need to ask that from the user.
Yeah. You can enter the string from the prompt, and that you can replace with something else. That is the thing. It's your choice what you want to replace with and where you want to replace. It's your choice, your string.
Okay,
Okay,
so
suppose
like
welcome to Java, I need to change it to welcome to JavaScript, like that.
okay, I get it.
Yeah. Any one of you else facing any issues? All of you have completed the Java, what is it called, beginner part of the JavaScript. Getting started with JavaScript, all the sprints is done. Means only one sprint, all the task is done with all of you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody is having any pending task on the JavaScript first sprint? You can share your doubt, or you can share you can clarify your doubts if you have, if any program is not running or something like that, or if you got stuck somewhere. So all of you, if you have done it, then please share your link or update your link in the Google Sheet. I think most of you have already done it. Those who have yet to do it. Okay, now for a time being, what you do, there is some pending sprint, which is HTML and CSS part for the course, which is called course 8, right? Course 8 in HTML, CSS, last 2 sprint is pending with most of you. So can you start working on that? Possible? And while doing that, if you're facing any issues, that you can get clarified from us. Is that okay? So those who have completed the JavaScript first sprint, you guys please go back and complete the previous sprint, previous HTML and CSS sprints, whichever is pending for you guys. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So what are the, let me show you what are the sprints are there. I'll just check it out. See, I can see some in course 8. I can see there are the some sprints are there which are where the link is not being updated by the learners. Suppose Global Sanctuary, MC, Mastery Challenge, and Column Drop. So I can see so many of you have not update your link, like Harshad. Harshad, are you there? Which one you want to work on now? Global Sanctuary Find, Mastery Challenge, or you want to work on Column Drop, Sprint 7? Those who have not completed this sprint. Please note it down. Harshad, you have not done, see, Masonry Layout Challenge, Sprint 5 you have not done. Then Sprint 6, Fluid Design, also your link is not updated. Sprint 6 also link is not there. For Global Sanctuary also link is not there.
Hello, sir.
And
good morning. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Sir, in my village there will be power cut and network issue. That's why I am late today joining late, sir.
Okay, fine, no problem.
Abdul
So
Karim.
I'll give you the attendance. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Abdul Karim.
Yeah. I'll give you the attendance. Okay, who has done Global Sanctuary? So I think there are some students who have done it. Mainak.
Yes, sir.
Can you share your code, Global Sanctuary code, not code, the output, and can you explain us how you have designed that web page?
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Actually,
Global Sanctuary.
Actually, that project in my Windows machine, can I connect that machine and then I'll show?
Yeah, connect it. Okay. You need to explain to all of us how you go about it and how you got that project ready. So those who have not done the Global Sanctuary, please take an input from Mainak. He has done it. There are some other learners also have done it. So take an input from Mainak and then you proceed further working on it and complete it out. Even if you in a Global Sanctuary sprint, even if you do at least 60% of the output is also, if you are getting, then also you can update your link, no problem. It is not mandatory that you have to complete everything and then only you are going to share the link. No, nothing like that. 50%, 60%, 70%, if you 70% also, if you have completed, you can share the link for Global Sanctuary Fund sprint. I can see these are the names for the Global Sanctuary Fund sprint who have not done it. Harshad, then Ramaya, Sudeep, Kashinath, Rushikesh, Shivani, Shubham Kumar, Shubham Alam, Sodet, Vivek Sharma, Harsh, Siddharth, Jayasri, Abdul Hassan, Priya, Sanjay, Santanu. These are in the breakout room. Yeah, these many guys have not uploaded the link for the Global Sanctuary Mastery Challenge. So what we'll do, we are going to take some hint or input from Mainak who has done it, and then after that we'll start working on it.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, can I share my screen?
Yeah, please.
Sir, when I'm doing this, press 26. So it says please pay NAN and
Not a number it is telling. So what you are taking is not a number.
parse.
You have to convert it to number. Yes, parse. Who said parse? Guide. You know, you got it now, Roshan?
Yes, sir. I only said parse. Sir.
Oh, okay, fine. Mainak, are you there? Are you ready with the system?
Sir, the system is a little bit problematic.
Okay, fine. Then leave it. No problem. So I'll tell somebody else to explain this sprint. No issues.
Can I share after some time?
Okay, fine. No problem.
My
No
PC has got problematic from yesterday.
No problem, Mainak. No issues. Jitesh, are you there? Jitesh or Joel? Jitesh?
Sir,
Who is this? Jitesh or Joel?
Joel.
Joel, you have done the Global Sanctuary project, right? Sprint.
Yes, sir.
Can you just share your input to us? How you have done it? Means you show the output screen. You show from the browser. You explain us what you did. Possible?
Okay, I will try, sir.
Yeah, try. It is a kind of demo you are giving. Suppose you are a project manager or you are a team lead, and how you have created this project, you are going to explain to your team member. Okay, so that they can get benefited out of it, like that. Yeah, Joel, share your screen. So those who not able to start off this project, got stuck somewhere, take the help, take the hint from Joel, and then you go ahead of doing it. Yeah, share your screen, Joel.
Okay.
How much you remember, how you have done it, how you have designed it?
I don't know. I need to look at the code.
Okay, see the code. Fine. First, okay, fine. Explain the code, no problem. First you show the browser and show the portion of the browser, and then you go to that code which is implemented that part.
First we get this nav bar. Sorry. And for that, in that we put a deer image, and these headings. We put all that in this nav bar, and then. And we would arrange it so that there is some spacing between them. Then after that, this image comes. We will put that in another div so that it comes in the next line, and there is a
Yeah, what you did, yeah, first you explain this portion. First you explain this header part, this portion. How you get this part?
Part, sir?
This one, the header part.
This navbar thing.
Yeah, navbar thing, yeah.
Okay.
If you feel like you are not fully confident, then you can leave it where I'll ask somebody else, no problem.
So I don't know how to explain this,
Okay, fine.
Sir,
I
can
can
I
understand.
give it
No
a,
issues,
sir,
no
can I
issues.
give it a try?
Yeah, who is this?
Sudeep here, sir.
Yeah, Sudeep, please go ahead. Yeah, Joel, you stop sharing. Sudeep, you
Yes, sir.
share your screen.
Okay.
Just a second, sir. My project is not complete, but I can explain the header part. It's complete for me.
Okay, fine. No problem. Yeah. How much you have done, you explain that only.
Sir, I'm just going for the header part.
Okay, header part, fine.
So, this part I have not placed it yet. So the header
Okay,
part.
okay. Only the header part you
Yes,
explain.
yes. The header part, what I have done is.
So have you shared your link to the?
No, sir, not yet, not yet.
Okay.
Sir, I'll share by the end of today or tomorrow because I want to complete the project and then share.
Okay,
Because
fine.
otherwise
Good.
I will
Okay,
forget
okay,
to
okay,
complete
okay.
it.
It's okay, fine.
So I'll go for the code. The code is. So in the body, I have put the header part. I've used the header part only for the top bar, the black bar. So what I've used is I've used a nav. Actually, used four navs. The first nav for the logo with a class. The second nav for the first three. First four, all of people, places, and wildlife. The second nav for about and how to help, and the last for the buttons. So in that case, I can customize each set of links as per the requirement. And I'll show you the stylings. So for the logo, I have used this style. This is the for the logo, and for the header part, I've used flex, justified them with space between, aligned them center. Background, since we need the background, and I have removed the margin and the default margin and patterns. I think that's all. Then the rest is customizing each anchors.
Okay, Sudhir, you complete the rest of the part of it. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. One suggestion from my side, Sudeep. So
Yes.
you don't have to create multiple nav tag. You should create only one nav tag only. Okay. Because it is not coding standard to have a multiple nav in your HTML. So the nav can be in the header part, nav can be in the footer part, and all the navigation menu should be under one nav. This is a good practice. But if you have done it with 4 nav, that is also okay, no problem. But it is not a good practice.
Sir, because sir, actually, I tried with one nav and 4 lists, 4 unordered lists. But
No,
in
you
that,
can go with one nav with 4 div, and first div will have logo, second div will have menus like our work, people, places, and wildlife.
okay.
Third div will have about and how to help. Fourth div will have donate and adopt, like that. You can have only one nav. Inside that you can have 4 division, 4 div tag. Okay. That way also you can design it. And then
It's actually the same. Just I can replace the navs with the divs.
yes, correct. Exactly.
So I don't have to change much with the CSS.
Mass, you don't have to change it much, yeah, because for the div, what classes you are referring for CSS, the classes name would be same only, no?
The
So
CSS part will be same actually.
everything would be same only, yeah. Only you have a one outer nav, and inside outer nav you will have multiple divs. 4 nav with inner 4 nav would be inner 4 div of the outer nav.
Okay, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So guys, it's a suggestion for me, or what I want you to do now. Please work out or continue working on the previous pending HTML and CSS sprint. Okay, and complete those sprint and share your link in the Google Sheet. So that would be your today's first half task. And then the second half, I'll take one concept session on DOM. Okay. And maybe Sangeeta ma'am will be having in the before the lunch, she also may be having one concept session for you guys. Is it okay? Is it doable? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you start working on the previous not completed sprint, and while doing it, that whenever you are getting stuck for a very simple or very silly mistakes, also you can share your doubt, and it is going to get clarified, and then you can proceed further. Okay. Yeah. So one by one, Roshan, you will be working on which sprint? I'll just note it down. Who is working on which sprint, so that I can take a stock after 1 hour.
Sir, I'm working on JavaScript.
You are working on JavaScript, fine. What about Mainak?
I am working on the last sprint, early completed,
Okay.
but I have some doubts.
Little bit here. Okay, some doubt is there. Get it clarified. Sanjay?
Yes, sir.
Which sprint you will be working on now? Any sprint is pending for you in HTML and CSS course 8?
Yes, sir. I was absent for first 2 days, so sir, I see some lectures.
Okay. So what you will be doing now? You will be working on JavaScript only?
Oh, sir, I'm done with JavaScript. I will work on sprint 4, sir.
Okay, fine. So that
yes, sir.
what we'll be working on now? Which sprint? Any pending sprint is there for you?
Yes, sir. Two pending sprints are there, but I am reading the articles which ma'am shared the link.
For JavaScript or for HTML, CSS? Which one?
Sir, JavaScript.
Okay, carry on. Okay, if you want to read something, study, that is also welcome, no problem. What about Ayush?
Sir, I'm doing column drop pattern challenge.
Column drop pattern. Okay, so you keep on doing, and as and when you found any difficulties, you let me know. Priya?
Okay, sir.
Priya?
Yes, sir.
Which one you will be doing now? Which sprint?
Sir, I'm reading theory. Ma'am, sure.
Okay, fine.
Sir, I have a
Vaishnav?
question.
Yeah, tell me, Sudeep.
Sir, in an unordered list, can I
Hmm.
have one list item as an image and the second list item as a text?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, in a list item, you are telling list item as an image and list item as a text.
Yes.
That's what you are asking.
Yes, sir. Together under one list.
Yeah, fine, no problem. You can do it.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, sir. Krishna, sir.
Good morning, Hasib. Yeah, please
Yeah.
carry on, Hasib.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
just getting into
Okay,
other
okay,
room.
fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Sudeep, what was you saying, Sudeep?
Sir, in a list.
Yeah. In
list.
unordered list, you can have a list item as a image and as well as you can have a list item as a text. So different type of content you can place it as a list item in unordered list. No
Okay,
issues.
Sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am back. So Roshan, why you raised hand? All the doubts are clear. Attendance is done, Hasib.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Shubham Allam, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
What task is pending in first sprint?
That pattern one and the phone number validation. And
Both the
string-
patterns are pending.
Yes.
So you can complete it, no? When I give another half an hour time.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Don't have backlogs. For one sprint on one day, if you have backlogs, it's very
Yeah,
difficult.
ma'am. In previous HTML also there is 2 or 3 backlogs for me.
All right.
I see
So
through
the-
it. I see through it. Okay.
Plan and complete it. All right. So requesting all of you to pay attention. Let's continue with the next sprint. Guys, shall I?
Yes, ma'am.
There. Ashmita, Anuj, Shivani, Priyanka, guys, you all there? You're not able to hear.
Yes,
them.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. I am here.
So you can pass your work and pay attention to the Zoom session. We'll continue with the second sprint. So listen carefully. From this, the actual core concept of JavaScript begins. So feel interest on all the topic. This is how it will go. Your scripting languages are like this. So anyway, all of you got settled down with the fundamentals. I don't think there will be a problem in continuation. So please, but additional hard work and interest is required in order to move further. So we'll continue with second sprint. We started first sprint with JavaScript, getting started with JavaScript. So moving on to the second sprint, which is wrangling data using objects and arrays. We are going to explore on JavaScript arrays more and objects. So what is your understanding on arrays and objects till yesterday on your fundamentals? Let me open today's notes.
Arrays are also objects in JavaScript.
July 6.
Array is a collection of elements of same data type in Java.
So we handled number, string, Boolean. We also have something called as undefined. Did I missed anything? Even though we have not handled begin, but there is a type called as begin. So apart from that, we have again here also few are under object types. non-primitive type. So we have arrays and we have objects, class and objects. Yeah. Well, I heard the last point as collection. Both arrays and objects considered as a collection of values. So not single value, we are going to collect n number of values. And what is the symbolic notation in JavaScript to define array and object?
In curly brackets.
Objects, curly brackets, arrays, square bracket. Don't forget this symbolic notation when you define. Both are considered as an object type only. When you use type of method, and if you try to find the type of both array, variable and object type, it will consider as an object type because all are reference type, memory address, referencing type. So whereas the symbolic representation to denote array and object is square bracket and this curly braces. So apart from that, any other point you want to add under array and object? Think and answer me. Recollect.
Collection of same kind
Arrays
of
having same
homogeneous.
data type, homogeneous data type.
Homogeneous
Object-
and hetero. What else?
Object.
Key value pair objects.
Very good. Very good. So here, index methodology. Here it is.
Key value pair.
Key value pair. Key and value separated with colon. Can you recollect the last point? So more functionality on array and objects we are going to explore on today. An introduction to a new topic called as wrangling data. I'm sure the word is new to you. Let's explore on this word wrangling. Here I am. Yeah. Anywhere, if you feel any query, doubt, please clarify it. So we have this fit app, fitness application. So this is activity intensity data in the form of tabular. So the data is represented in the form of table mechanics, whereas the other same data has been represented in the form of weekly targets. So here it is a plain row and column methodology, and here you will find these kind of weekly approach. I'm sure you came across with these kind of applications in your mobile. So on looking into this tabular column and this kind of mobile application, weekly targeted, weekly based target. So which form is more useful? Which form is interesting, appealing, and more useful? Left-hand side table or right-hand side? This weekly target.
Right-hand side.
Isn't it or not? Rather than the textual data, a diagram, a diagrammatic representation of the data reaches to us more. Let it be. My first slide. All of you agree that on looking into this, so on looking into this tabular column, we need some time to go through the first column against the second column value, and it will need some time to interpret what is happening. So when this is more intense. But whereas on looking into this weekly target, this application, can you able to quickly interpret when, on what day, how much has been achieved total? Do you find the difference? Guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Let it be an introduction to this graph. Traffic violation data in USA, a sample data. So these are the years and these are the violations. Number of violations, traffic violations happens with respective year. Let it be the data in the form of table, the data in the form of bar chart. Again, the same question. So which form of data will be more useful in terms of analysis?
Right side one.
Right side.
As I said in the previous slide itself, the diagram will reaches to us. You open any website or you open a newspaper. The time which takes to interpret the image and the image reaches to us is more faster than the textual reading happens. Let it be. So the graph representation, irrespective of any graph. So what is your quick understanding on seeing this bar chart? Immediately, within a fraction of a second, we will come to a certain judgment that, have you noticed this? The maximum violation happens in the year 2013 and then 2012. The least happens in 2020 and 2021. So we can come to a conclusion in analysis stating that whatever the rules imposed in this 2020 and 2021, we need to continue the same. And we are all on the track. Whatever the rules, the regulations applied on the traffic, it's going good. We can continue the same. Can't we come to this derivation as soon as when we picturize the data in the form of graphical representation? Same thing you can come to with this table, but it takes time. So every day we are using this map application, Google's Find by Device application and map. How does the application translate the location of the phone to exact coordinate on the map? See, when it comes to us, when we are into this, any of the application, Google Map or Find by Device application, according to me, it will represent the place, the location, the place. Same thing is applicable for Google Map. But when it comes to Google Map application, have you noticed that degree value, latitude, longitude, with some 6 or 5 digit number with that degree notation?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is what the exact representation of that particular location for a map. So all the place has been located based on that latitude, longitude, or whatever the geographical representation. But when it comes to user, the user don't want to know that latitude, that number, 6 or 7 digit number. User wants to know the place. Are there conversion is happening? When you locate anything on a map, the map is getting converted, that notation to that latitude numbers to that respective area name. This translation of data is happening.
Yes, ma'am.
You got the point on this example?
Yes, ma'am.
So when I want to locate anything on a Google map, by that navigator, I will locate. The Google map will process based on that geographical point. But when it comes to the retrievation or display, the display thing to the user, it converts that position, whatever, as I said, geographic, latitude, longitude, position to the place name. Along with that kilometer calculation, on the time calculation, all other thing. Conversion of data is happening. If you take, I can have this tabular representation. The same table has been converted in my mobile application in the form of this weekly basis, so that this will be more appealing and this will be more useful to the user. Same thing is happening. Whatever the data I have in a form of table, the same thing is converted into a graph. The graph would be useful for the customer, user, the end user. So likewise, coordinates of the map will be converted to the respective location, the place name, which will be the useful for the end user. So if you look into all these, not only all these demos, examples, but in real world, every application you take according to the easy understanding of user. The data is converted from one form to another form. Some days back, I think I discussed with this way only about the most usage of YouTube. So if you take YouTube, what is their major income? What was the answer? How the revenue is generated by this YouTube or social networking application?
With the help of data.
Data, generating data. So let's assume there is a video. So the video is having some 2 million views, some 1 million likes, or 0.5 million likes. Can I do some 50K comments? Can I do anything with this direct data? With the user view, with users like, with users comment, can I do anything? Can I get the useful information from these data?
Yes.
All these are categorized as raw data. Am I making it sense? So let's assume there is a video and the video is having some number of views. Those views are called as raw data. Raw data can be of no use. What we need to do? We need to process the data and we need to convert to useful information. I'll tell you one more example. Let's assume we are running an electronic shop. So every day we are calculating sale record on everyday basis. Can I submit the sale record to everyday basis to my top management? Is any use on seeing this everyday sales? So how many refrigerator sale, how many whatever AC sale, how many this television sale, everyday basis. If I submit to top management or my business analytics team, will there be any useful?
Yes.
Can't they able to analyze those, let's assume some 10,000 sales record. Are you guys with me? Can you relate this example?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm much worried on your understanding, guys, because it's a real world. I think I can relate to my topic. That is what I'm trying. Shall I continue with this example? I'll take this and this both example to introduce the topic wrangling. All right, so let me call a person. Richa, you there? Richa?
Yes, ma'am.
So you tell me. So let's assume every day there were some 50 products. The company is, the electronic shop is selling, and monthly you calculate it. Some thousands of sales report. If I submit to my managerial level, top level management, will they able to do a business plan for next month? They can't do with the raw data.
Yes, ma'am.
So the sales data which I'm gonna to have everyday basis, the whole day I'm gonna to the whole month, every day record I'm gonna to keep it. If I submit to top management, nothing of use. So everyday sales data is something called as what? Raw data. Nothing can do with raw data. I want to process the data and I want to convert to useful information. So on having this everyday sales record, so let's assume I have 30 days sales record. So this is my raw data. So this raw data I want to process and I want to convert to useful information, stating that, so let's assume this is July month. So in June month, last month, so AC sale, when it comes to, I will take both May month data and June month data. So let's assume there were some 1,200 and AC sale, and there were some 700 and TV sale. Here it is 1,500 and AC sale, and this television is some 500 sale. So I want to give some total record. So instead of giving all the sales record directly, I'm going to process, I'm going to give some. So in the month of May, total AC sale happened is 1,200. So in the month of June, total AC sale is 1,500. Whereas TV reduced from 700 to 500. So now tell me, what is the management plan for this, this business plan for my top management? They will be thinking AC sale is gradually increasing. So when
they will thinking for TV, ma'am.
Or some discount for TV.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good, Richa. So they may stop advertisement on AC because it is on gradual increasing, but it comes to TV sale, it is decreasing. So what they need to do? So quickly they will come to an analytics and they will reveal the idea, like they will give an advertisement for TV or some discount sale for TV, so that I can increase the TV sale.
Yes.
Guys, am I giving a meaningful picture on wrangling the data?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will be having the data in one format. With one format, I may not, I cannot implement certain analysis on the data. So always it is required to convert one form of data into another form of data. So that process is called as wrangling. Converting the raw data into useful information. So that processing of data, converting one data format to another data format for my business purpose, for my understanding or the user understanding purpose, if I am converting, such kind of process is called as wrangling. Here I'm going to wrangle array data and object data. Nothing new. I cannot use table data. JavaScript supports table. Have you ever came with this statement, this Java, other programming language and scripting language will support table format? A big no.
Ma'am,
Don't compare with MySQL. We can display in table format. Can I store in rows and columns?
No.
Because the answer is in front of you. It supports only these data type. I can able to handle data in the form of either primitive type or object type. I cannot have any table type. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to handle array and object format according to my requirement. I need to convert the data. That process is called as wrangling. So what is happening in all these scenarios? So I am having the data. So according to the requirement of data, I am going to process the data. So I'm sure this slide is clear to you all. I may have a data in any raw format. So I need to process, I need to transform the data from one format to another format. Maybe the other format will be useful and it will give you an information in a clear manner. All right. So this process of converting one data format to another data format is called as wrangling. So let's get into the topic. Again, I'm repeating, we will not deal with table. We will not deal with graph because my JavaScript does not support the complex data type. To handle collection of data in my JavaScript is possible only with the help of arrays and objects. So I am going to apply this wrangling for my arrays and objects. Only for these two complex type. So in this session, we are going to filter the data, transform the data, aggregate the data using all the array functions. The first topic deals with array and the second topic deals with object, modeling the data using array and object. So what is data wrangling? Listen carefully. Data wrangling is the process of transforming and mapping the data from one raw format into another raw format. According to the requirement of user, I will be having the data, converting the data from one format to another format. Sometimes it is also called as data mugging. So this is a wrangling process. So I will be converting my data, requirement of the users, from one form to another form. I will transform and I can view the record and I can model the record according to the real world so that this will be understandable. And this data I'm going to communicate to the user, or I can communicate to my analytics team. Is that clear introduction? Shall we get into the topic?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, I'm telling, here we will
can-
not deal with table or any other. We will be dealing only with complex type array and object, because JavaScript does not support graph, table, something like that. Yes, someone called me.
Ma'am, can you explain one more time?
So let's assume I am dealing a data in my JavaScript. Let's assume an array format. I have a data in array format, but as per my application requirement, I want data in the form of key value pair. So that is in my object format. So converting one format of data. So let's assume I have student record in the form of array, but I want student record in the form of key value pair, JSON format. I want to convert the data because most of the data we are going to deal with internet. The information transport medium is your internet. So depend upon the language requirement, you need to convert one language type into another language type. So I'm giving you one topic for self-reading. Are you guys reading this self-reading topic? Guys, are you reading? See, I don't want you to read, make a note, nothing. Everybody owns pocket internet. Whenever if you feel vague or when you find some time, if you open a mobile browser, just put this word. You will get a lot of content in various sites. You just read one paragraph, introduction paragraph. That is fine for me, and try to understand. I don't want you to take this topic written somewhere, take a notes, nothing. All these self-reading topic, I want to read and try to understand what is what. So today I'm giving you a topic called as JSON. Explore it. Yeah, so I am into JavaScript. I have my students record. So I am maintaining all my students record in the form of array. But I want to store my or I want to send my students record in the form of key value pair. What I need to do? Can I convert array to object directly? No. So I need to use the proper conversion function to convert one format of data into another format of data. That process is called as wrangling. Converting the raw data into useful information in real world term when it comes to JavaScript within the type, complex type, converting into one format to another format is called as wrangling. If you take student record in array format, I want to convert to object format. This is also called as wrangling in JavaScript. Kasinath, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the role of JavaScript in this process? Listen carefully. One second. Try to understand this diagram. I'll explain in detail. Let's assume we are into web application development where client will be requesting for any data. So let's assume I want to, I'm searching a job and I want to know whichever the company is having this opening, career opening in their organization. So I am into Naukri or Monster and I am searching for the job. This is the client request. It needs to go to server and server will respond. So when it comes to respond, the server might be storing the data in one format. Listen carefully. The client is requesting for the data. It goes to server. Server is holding the data in certain format. And this format I cannot able to view in my client browser directly. So what I have to do, whatever the server is giving the data. So my JavaScript needs to fetch the information from the server and it needs to transform the data. Let's assume this was the data. And this data, my JavaScript needs to transform. And this transformed data will be rendered on my web browser. Same thing is applicable for the request also. Client will give you the data in certain format. So this data I cannot send to server directly. So I need to apply something called as transfer process. So whatever the client provided format of data, I'm transferring and I'm sending to my server. This is also a kind of wrangling. So my JavaScript interact with server and it will fetch the data and it will do wrangling process. Also my JavaScript will interact because it serves both client-side scripting and server-side scripting code. Because my server may give the data in one format, but the requirement of client is different format. So always we need wrangling process. What? The differentiate between the data structures of client and server. So my JavaScript needs to understand what is the format my server is providing and what was the format I want to send to the client. Wait. Let me put it to a real world example. Can I take a Swiggy application or you take anything? Amazon, Redbus, what else? Book My Show, Make My Trip. Please pay attention. So let's assume we are planning a trip on next month. So we want to book a hotel. So we are opening Make My Trip. Assume like Make My Trip is an application which has been developed with the help of Java framework. So let's assume it is developed based on JSP technology. Guys, are you with me? Shall I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So here, whatever the thing you are viewing, source, destination, date, everything in the form of JSP coding. Okay. And the number of persons and totally you are getting some 24,000 amount. So you need to pay 24,000 or 24,000 amount to confirm your trip. So have you noticed, irrespective if you are in Amazon, Swiggy application or Make My Trip, when it comes to payment, it will go to third-party payment site. Have you noticed?
Yes.
Because this banking application, we cannot give those banking data to all the application whomsoever doing these payment. how we have the CMS, where to deposit all the money in everywhere. Likewise, this payment application alone, it will not be an it will not be a module which is embedded with all the application. It is a separate web service. Can you relate? So let's assume I have chosen my source, destination, all my data I have submitted. Totally, I got 24,000 I need to pay. You are in makemytrip.com. So whereas when I want to go to payment, it is going to third-party site. Assume like this third-party site is developed with ASP.NET. So whatever the coding you are did in this MakeMyTrip, everything in JSP. Whereas whatever the payment whereas in payment you need to supply all your banking information. So you need to give your account number, and you need to give all your debit card detail or credit card detail, your secure PIN number, and even if it is required, you need to give OTP. Assume like all these are developed with ASP.NET. Anyway, I need to communicate this JSP technology with ASP technology. Can I able to communicate directly? This 24,000 rupees amount for this particular customer ID. Because customer ID is also important. I'm sure you people came across on JDBC, you may aware why I mentioned customer ID. Can you relate? That is how the data will be fetched, stored in the database. So for this particular customer ID, 24,000 amount to be paid. This 24,000 needs to pass from JSP to ASP. Do we have any coding relation between JSP and ASP? Not at all. This is in Java environment and this is in .NET Framework environment. How I can able to transfer the data? And I can send to this payment, and the payment will move, and the payment needs to give a confirmation. Once if it is giving confirmation only, your MakeMyTrip or this trip will get confirmed. How the data is getting passed from one technology to another technology. Here comes what process. Can you relate the topic, what we are discussing today with this example?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to do the process of wrangling. I want to convert whatever the JSP technology code, this 24,000, to my ASP. There is no conversion between JSP to ASP. What we can do? This amount. Let's assume here we have an integer for int format. So this will be converted into any of the format. Let's assume JavaScript format or JSON format. Here it may handle as a numbers. And this again will be converted to ASP.NET format. Let's assume here it is an integer. I cannot convert JSP to ASP directly. Instead, my JSP will be put into a JavaScript, and JavaScript will convert that to ASP understanding format. And this process is called as wrangling. That is what they have specified in this diagram. This format will not be understood by my browser, or my browser cannot able to render this format. So what I'm doing, I'm using JavaScript code. I'm doing the process called as wrangling to convert this format to this particular format where my browser can able to understand. Same thing, here it is a data flow. So that is what I told you, explore on the term JSON, Internet Information Format, conversion of one technology to another technology format when it comes to internet. Shall I continue with next? Here we are using the JavaScript code to convert one format to another format. So guys, please confirm. Shall I continue with next?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So how does JavaScript interpret the data? So let's assume I have this data. I have it in Excel format or MySQL format or any format, table format is there. Can JavaScript understand table structure? I already said, discussed the answer with you all.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. JavaScript will not understand table because JavaScript does not have this data type. It supports only array and objects. So you need to convert. So JavaScript does not understand table. JavaScript will understand only its respective type. So, but I have a data in the form of table. So how we can convert? Can I convert this to number type or string type? Tell me, if I want to convert this table in JavaScript, how, which data type you can use to convert?
Array.
Object.
Object. Because it's a mixed type. So I am having key value pair. Under car color, I have blue. So I have 5 records. So 5 objects. Each object will have key value pair. The first object will be having, guys, please relate. Let's assume cars. So under cars, we have first object. Let's assume C1. In C1, further we have car color. I have this practice by using double quotes for your key. Car color, colon, blue. What is that? Car make. And please use this lower camel keys. Double quotes. And if it is a variable, use lower camel case. Eagle. Car model. Talon TSI. Likewise, you will be having C2. Can you relate? Likewise, you will be having 5 cars. You can handle this table structure in the form of
Key value pairs.
key value pair objects. So blue, eagle, talon, this row will be one object, first row. This row referring with another object called as C1. And second row will be C2 again. In order to represent red, always I'll be using key. So if I print console.log, for example, cars.c1.car make, what would be my output? Eagle. So this is what we are going to explore today. And according to my requirement, I can convert. I cannot handle table structure in JavaScript. I have to use either, depend upon the requirement. Can I have array of object of array? Yeah, that and all possible. We will discuss that. But can you relate this table with this object type?
Yes, ma'am.
Proper syntax with all the rules and regulation we will apply. But this is just my mapping. So I will be handling this table via object. If I handle like an object, I used to do like this. That is why we are using key value pair. Yeah, as I told, we will start with arrays first and then we will get into objects. It's a big session. So please pay attention and have an interest on this topic. Don't feel vague, bored. A lot more are there. All right, few are familiar to you. Quickly, I'll take that and we will have this new topic, which is array functions. So all of us know, in order to handle many data, large amount of data of same data type, we will be using arrays. And array is a sequential, one after another storage of data. Always we will be representing array in the form of index. Even though we call it as an array, but in JavaScript, not even JavaScript, in Java also, array will be considered as an object type. You remember? Int, whatever the type, we will be handling with new keyword. Can you relate? So that is why it has been So if you take Java language, you remember int marks is equal to new int of 10. You remember the syntax? It's an array.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll
Array
call it as
declaration.
reference type. My marks comes under the category object. Same thing they are representing here. So even though it is an array, we can call it as an object, but all the rules of array is applicable. So I'm sure all of you can recollect what is an array, how the elements are getting stored in an array. What do you mean by the term index? How I can able to fetch each element? What was the first index? Always index starts from 0 to total element minus 1. Can I have mixed type in array? Big no. I can have only same type of data. So length is fixed. So how array differs with other language? You can compare with Java. That alone we can discuss. Please listen carefully. This is just an introduction to array. The theory part remains same, introduction part. But how this JavaScript array differs with other programming language, especially C++ and Java language. Let's discuss. So point number 1, empty array can be created in JavaScript. Can I create an empty array in Java?
No.
Have you ever
No, ma'am.
experienced? But here we can able to create an empty array. Array in JavaScript are not of fixed length. It is dynamically growable array. And dynamic typing in JavaScript helps to create heterogeneous also. I don't want to specify the type. So possibilities are there. I can have mixed type of values in my array. So this is how it differs. Point number 1, I can create an empty array. So what do you mean by empty array? Can anyone tell me the syntax? Let marks is equal to, what is this?
Empty
Can I
array.
go for where marks is equal to? This is an empty array. My machine will consider marks as an array, but without any value. And I can have an empty array. Later, I can add values. This is just a combination of array and array list. So you will come to know.
Ma'am, ma'am, what you showed just now, is this possible only because in JavaScript array is dynamically growable?
So as I said some time back, we have some methods. We will explore those methods. Even I can have, this is also possible. I can create an empty array. Later I can add a value. So it is dynamically growable. There is no fixed size. Why it is not fixed size? You give me the answer for second point. Did I
Because we
declared array with whatever, with size? Even though syntax is also valid, but it is not required. So in this case, I am allocating 10 memory. So I can able to add only 10 values. Here I am not providing new keyword and allocating the memory. So it is dynamically growable. And the data type also I am not specifying. So I can have mixed type also. I'll show you an example. Is that clear? These 3 points, and whatever the points we discussed, we will have this demo in the next slide. One second. I'll come to this. Oh my God, there should be one slide, do's and don'ts. Yeah, slide number 19. So if you create an array with this syntax, all are valid. All are valid, but don't go for first 2 type. Go for the last type. Again, I'm repeating, all these 3 syntax are valid. Why they put cross mark is, it is not recommended in JavaScript. Can you see the first type? Let cars. Let, you can use it as a variable. With or without let also, it is valid. Cars is an array name. Can you see the keyword new? No data type, you can use the keyword array. So I'm giving 3 cars name, Ford, Nissan, Tata. You take a snap of this and try. It is also valid syntax. And I'm allocating the memory for 3 values. This is also valid. Without new keyword, without array keyword, if you are going for square bracket, this is a recommended in JavaScript. Is that clear, guys? So from starting from first demo, you go for the last type. Use simply square bracket. This is what recommended in JavaScript. But you can try all the 3.
Then all 3 are correct.
All 3 are correct actually. They put crossed because don't use this type of format. I'll show you if you want. What is that? What is that? New array of 10, 20, 30. I will use. No syntax error. Can you see the output? Whatever the syntax, those 3 syntax are valid, but JavaScript, you prefer the last one. Story over. That's all. Let's go to the next one. You try. That's what I'm telling. Take a snap of this. You try, and you can try with for loop. One second. Right. So since it supports heterogeneous data, anyway, all the data which is in front of you in the form of, what is that? String type, we can handle it. So let us store the value in a below table in an array. Is it possible to store the data in the form of array?
Yes, ma'am, in the form of key value pair.
Other than, okay. Okay, leave a car color, car make, and car model. You leave this column name. You take only the data. So this data, can I store it in an array?
Yes, ma'am.
What concept we can use? Can I store it? I
Object
cannot
array.
use the word single dimension array of arrays, but I can use the word array of arrays. One array will be holding 3 arrays. Oh no, 5 arrays if it is row basis. So I want to store 5 different car details. So my first array will be holding first card, second card, third, fourth, fifth, and all the 5 array, I can store it in my one more array of arrays. Okay, so I'll come to array of arrays. So before that, let's deal with simple array functionalities and their function. I'll come to this example, but before that, we will deal with simple example. I'll come to that example. So before that, let's take without arrays of arrays, let's deal with simple arrays, and we will do few of the methods. So these are the methods supported, or I can say array operations. So whatever the thing which you are in front of you in second column, all are methods. So each method does certain operation, starting from the first method, traversal. So I can use direct for loop for regular for loop, or I can use this for each. For each is there, a slight syntax difference will be there. I can able to add an element in my array, either by using push method or unshift method. So aware of this term, these methods are new to us. So this unshift, don't confuse with unshift and shift. Unshift is used for insertion, whereas shift is used for removal. Pop is also used for removal. Splice, something called as slicing and splitting, combination of that. So please aware of this. To traverse, I can use for each. For insertion, I can use push and unshift. For removal, I can use pop, shift and splice. For transformation, I can use map, filter and slice. For searching, I can use find and index of. For aggregation, for sum, difference, for multiplication, I can use reduce function. So we will quickly go with the first 3 operation. Later we will go on to the last 3 operation. Shall I continue with this marks? In order to insert, what are all the methods available? So this push is not new as you can relate with earlier. Same, few remain same, but few are new. So always when I add push will add items at the end. It will append the items at the end. It will insert at the end. Whereas if I want to insert in the beginning, for that I need to use unshift. So push, so what it does, push will append at the end. Append itself, it's at the end. Unshift, add item in the beginning. Okay. Can you relate with the output? So I have an array with 10, 20, 30. And so later I am appending 40 and 50, whereas 5 I'm using unshift. What will happen if I again give unshift of 1?
1 will get 1 is first starting.
Similar operation. So marks dot pop. Do I want to pass any parameter for pop?
Index of array.
No, we don't have that. You check that. Even I tried, it didn't work. So whenever if you are inserting an item, you need to add, you need to call the respective method and you need to pass. But when it comes to deletion, You don't need to pass any value because automatically it is gonna to delete. So push will append at the end, pop will remove at the end, remove the end item. Whereas shift will remove the starting index item.
And is there any way to add and remove between?
Yes, yes. Yes, we will do that.
Ma'am, for duplication.
It will allows. It allows. It allows duplicates. So what was the question? Removing in between. I'll give a try. So this simple push and pop will add and remove at the end. Shift and unshift will add and remove at the beginning. So what we can do is, what was the third method? Splice on this. Whatever the requirement of you, it will get satisfied. So marks dot splice. It's a zero-based location in an array from which to start. It will remove the item, not only one item. So based on the index I have provided in the method, for example, start index to end index. Splice. How many items are there? As of now, as per 23rd line, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 index. So let's assume I want to remove from second index to third index. Wait. Splice is not, one second. I think it's the replacement. All right, let me give a try. So guys, what is your requirement? If you want to add an item, let's assume I have 10, 20, 30. In between 20 and 30, I want to add some one item or two item. Let's assume I want to add 25. Or I want to remove 20 and 30. Everything is possible with the help of splice. Are you with me?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if
Yes, ma'am.
I want to add both, if I want to add some group of elements, some 3 element or 4 element, if I want to remove some set of element in the position based, so with the help of index based, let's assume I want to remove 20, 30 and 30. Instead of 20, 30 and 30, I want to add it as 200, 300 and 300. Everything is possible with the help of splice. So I will try few and remaining you can try. So initially I'm starting from removing second index to third index. Simply if I provide 2, 4, so it starts from second index, whether it will go till fourth index or it stops till third index. Think and answer me. The question is for all. You can relate substring.
It will go till third index.
Yes, it will not take fourth index. Do you remember this type of index logic when we discussed the same in JavaScript?
Yes, ma'am.
The topic has been discussed in substring, I think. Always it takes beginning index.
Yes, ma'am.
It will not take end index. It will take end index -1. So I'll give a try. After splice, second and third index, or I can give mixed value. Whether it is working or it is taking third also.
You have just removed it. Like we need to we can pass the third parameter to just
That also we can append also. We can add items.
just using the third parameter in the say 2,4 after one.
No. It is not 2,4. It is taking from second index, 4 items gets removed. 20, 30, 30, and 20. Yeah, please look into the syntax. Please look into the syntax. Splice is working in so many ways. What was the syntax? Look into the IntelliSense and tell me. Splice, what was the first parameter in splice?
Starting
Index. Followed with comma.
ending index.
It's not ending index.
Number of elements.
Deleting count.
No. Start colon number is nothing but it's an index number. I am asking you what was there after comma.
The deleting
delete
count.
count. Delete count.
Number of items I want to delete. Have you noticed delete count?
Yes, ma'am.
It is deleting. If I give 2,4 from second index, it is deleting how many values?
4 elements.
4 values. Yes, sir. This splice will do so many operations. So I have these many number of values. So after splicing, not second and third index, from second index to 4 values got deleted. It does so many operations. So from second index 0, 1, 2. So second index is 20, 30, 30, 20. 4 consecutive values are deleted from my array. Is that clear? Shall I continue with more splice operation?
Ma'am, only two second number is deleted, only 2,1 is given.
You cannot give. Okay, we'll try. 2,1 or 2,0. 2,1.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I want to remove second item.
Yeah.
Okay, let me add items. So let it be at last I'm getting 5, 10, 30, 30, 20, 20. Leave. Just guess the output. So I'm trying splice. Let's assume 1, 0, 11 and 22. Any random guesses? Let's try this. After splice, from first index to two values got added. You can give a try. So what will happen? It will go to where it will go? It will go to
First index.
first index. After first index, in the respective position, it will add 11 and 22. So I will be having 0th index and first index. After first index, starting from there, 11 and 22 will be added. From that position, 2 items got added. Because I cannot give index over here, then it comes to replacement. If I give 2, it will replace. If I give 3, 2 items will be deleted and 2 items will be added. I don't want to have removal. I just want to add. Instead of 0, if I give 10, 30 will be removed. In the place of 10 and 30, what will be added? 11 and 22 will be added. Okay, you observe what is happening in this, then I'll do modification. So 2, 1 in line number 24 in second index, after second index. So second index, 1 item will be removed. So 0, 1, 2. So second index, 1 item will be removed. So 20 got removed in line number 24. If I give 2, 2, so from second index and third index got removed. Delete count. What is happening in line number 26? In first index, without removal, I want to add 11 and 22. 1, 0 means no items gets removed. From first index, I want to add item. What will happen if I give 2 here?
After second index, one item. After first index,
Earlier,
2 items will be removed.
Let's check. Earlier, so it will go to first index 10. From its 0th position, no items got removed, 11 and 22 got added. So when I give 1, 2, can you see the change? So first index and second index, these two are removed, and instead of that 11 and 22 got added. Without removal, if I want to add, go for 0th count. Okay, I'll show you the syntax. So there is no delete count. I am not specifying delete count if it is 0. If I specify 2, 2 will be deleted and 2 will get added. So without deletion, if I want to add, go for 0. So with splice, adding is possible. Deletion is possible. Deletion as well as adding is also possible. 1, 0 is different from 1, 2. 1 always represents index. 0, the second parameter represents delete count. And the next parameter represents your items. Shall I continue with next method?
Yes, ma'am.
Please pay attention. I'll finish few methods and I'll give you a time you can practice it on before moving to the next topic. That's what I'm telling. Always, this is not end index. Always the second parameter is delete count. The first parameter is starting index. Second parameter is delete count. The third are values. You can give as much number of values. It will be added. If you don't specify any value, nothing will be added. Only the deletion will perform. See here, as many number of items you can add. Okay. So before moving to map, filter, slice, this reduce, even for each, let me give you one topic. Please look into this operations and look into this. Okay. So what is this for each does? So we came across on inline function. What is that recursive function? In future, we will touch on callback function. So we are with functions. So the topic which I want to discuss before moving to the next operation, which is for each, map, filter, slice, is, here is my notes. So we were aware of, please pay attention, functions. When I mention the word function, what are all the things comes into your mind? Few technical term, starting from
Function parameters.
Function parameters.
Return type.
Return type.
Or we call it as function arguments, args, return type, and then the most important thing is
Name.
no. Yeah, function name, function type, parameters, that's fine. What is one more thing?
Logic.
Elements.
Yeah, logic, block of function. After defining the function, what we will do?
Call.
Function call. When it comes to function call, let's assume I am defining a function. I will be calling a function. You remember the syntax? So function definition and function call. Always function will be called with open close parenthesis. Instead, today we are gonna to deal with function without this parenthesis. Instead, today we are gonna to discuss for few built-in, listen carefully, built-in functions, user-defined function is going to pass as a parameter. I am gonna to pass this function 1 as a parameter without this open close. So whatever I mentioned, for few built-in functions, best example is for each, map, filter, slice, find. We are gonna to pass parameter. I am not gonna to pass 10, 20 or array name or variable name as a parameter. For those functions, what I'm gonna to pass as a parameter? One more function I'm gonna to pass as a parameter. That function will be a user-defined function. So then speciality is without open close parenthesis. Maybe this is new to us. So let's discuss for each. You got the idea behind it? For these built-in function, I am gonna to pass user-defined function as a parameter. We used to pass, for example, 100. You got the point?
Yes, ma'am.
So we will pass fun1 here. Fun1 of, let's assume hello. So I always used to pass primitive type or any type, non-primitive, complex type as a parameter. Instead, I'm gonna to pass this function as a parameter to another built-in function. Maybe this is new to all, but in JavaScript, we will be dealing with these kind of functionality in many. I'll show you an example. Listen, I'll show you with simple example. So let's assume I'm defining a function. So let it be fun1. So fun1, I'm gonna to pass. So let me, okay, I'll give document.write. Even if I want to pass index, I can pass. So let's assume I have a function, user-defined function, let it be fun1. And fun1 will be taking two things. One is index, the other one is value. The thing is, since we are dealing with an array, what I thought is let's have an array. We will print an index separately and its corresponding value separate. And I'm sure this is not new to us. All of you, any doubt with this function definition?
No, ma'am.
Nothing big. I have defined a function with two parameters, and according to my requirement, I customized the printable statement. But how I'm going to call this function, that matters. So this type of function I can use along with my for each, whereas always for each will be used when we are using for each for my array. So by default, it takes two parameters. One is my index and value. So what was the topic for our discussion? Array operation. So that two array methods we are going to discuss. We started with push, pop, and shift. So now I'm going to use, what was my array? My array is marks. So for this marks, I'm going to call for each. And technically, it's a callback function where I am going to pass my function as a parameter. So for each, and this for each is taking my function 1 as a parameter. Line number 33 is a very good example for my callback function. The function is going to pass, the user defined function is going to pass parameter. Do we call the function with open close? Nothing. So this type of functionality is called as callback function. We will be using it with a lot of built-in methods of array. Okay, I'll repeat. So by using my array, I can call for each. So if I call for each and I can pass my callback fun1 as an example. So by default, this fun1 is applied for my marks. So what this mark will do? So this mark will be holding the index as well as the value. Okay, let me save and I'll refresh. I think I swapped. The first parameter is value and the second parameter is index. Take time. Output is not a very big deal. Idea behind the concept is introduction to array for each method along with user defined callback function, which is fun1. So this for each always will pass value and index. Please, the order is initially it will pass value, then it will pass index. Take time, analyze.
Ma'am,
Always.
ma'am, if we are using for each with an array, that means it will pass always value and index.
That was the order. When I did vice versa, it gave me the incorrect output. Okay, I'll explain. So what this normally for and for each will do? Let's assume I have an array of how many elements? 1, 2, 3, some 8 elements. So what does our for and for each will do? In general, what does our for loop will do when it comes to any traverse all. Likewise, so let's assume I have an array of these are the values. So this is my mark array and my mark is having some 8 values. What my for each will do is you can relate with this what is this arrow function, whatever you can relate. So this mark dot for each. So regularly this for each will traverse with all the values in my iterable collection. So when I use marks dot for each, it starts from 5. So 5 dot for each of fun1. Always this for each callback will take 2 parameters. I kept my mouse cursor on my callback function. Have you noticed the order?
Value and index.
So always it will take value first and then index. Initially I did index and value. No, it takes element first and then index. So for the first time, if I call line number 33, if it is called, it pass 5 and 0. That I am printing on line number 30. And again, second time it will call 11. Then it calls 22. And then it calls respective all 8 values, all 7 index values starting from 0. So the first, it takes so many parameters. The first parameter for each is taking the first parameter as my callback function. And this callback function always it holds. For each, it holds 2 parameters. The first parameter is your item, the actual element value. And the second parameter is index. And even you can ask me, some things are optional. You find it out. I will remove this. And I'll try to print the value. Whereas the first parameter is optional.
Ma'am, what was the issue that you faced when you interchange, means you added index first and then the value?
It will be shuffled, no, it will take 5, 11, 22 as a key. And nothing is there, so it is taking 0 because all are object type. Leave that. I misplaced the order. So you go for the proper order. So since it is referenced type, it is taking 0 in all the value and remaining things are taken as a index. Instead of 0, can I give 5 index or 101 index? That is also possible. So by machine automatically takes these values as a key because I swapped. So values are taken as 0 because it is reference type. Even though I not placed, it will take 0. Leave that, Harshad. So always it takes value first.
Okay, ma'am.
Index is also optional. If without index also, I can able to print.
Ma'am, can we print only index?
No, see, printing part, you customize it. But the order of parameter is my callback function in my for each, always it should takes value.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And then it will take index. Let's assume instead of index, even I can give I. If you want to print only index, you don't print value. Okay, I will introduce one more method alone. Then you might be familiar with this callback. Okay, you tell me, shall I try map or filter? You decide. Okay, let me call Abhilash, you there? I will try one more function before break so that no, you will familiar with callback. Abhilash, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So can I try map or can I try filter?
Filter.
So what does filter does from name onwards? Come on, guys.
Sorting type.
Filter. No, repeat. What did you say?
I think some functions like sorting.
Not sorting.
Filters an element based on a condition.
Filtering the item, truncating the element based on the condition. If the condition serves, the item will be there. If the condition not serves, the item will not be there. So here also you have to apply callback function. But when you are applying a callback function, this filter needs to return either true or false. You got the point? So for each callback function needs to take this order, value followed with index, followed with copy array. Likewise, so let us try a demo for filter. For filter also, okay, listen, marks dot, what is a function name? Filter, and filter also will call callback function. So can I give function 2? I don't want to give open close. So not required. That is the speciality of callback. I don't want to give this open close. Simply you give function name. But what is the condition for this function 2? It should return Boolean value, either true or false. Return is mandatory. So let's assume So whatever the number I am providing, let's assume x. X modulo 10 equal to 0. What is the idea behind this function? I'm done. You interpret and tell me.
Numbers divisible by 10.
So I am gonna to apply this filter function, callback function to my marks. And these are the marks value. By the way, these are the marks value. So it will take the first mark. So marks dot filter. So it will traverse all the value. It will take first mark and it will apply to filter callback function fun2. This 5 will be applied to here. So by default, according to the condition, or else it will throw an error. Always this filter function, callback filter function needs to return true or false. So you can go for if and else, or you can go for simply return. You decide, depend upon your requirement. So I will apply, it will take first element. So 5 modulo 10. So I'm checking the number is divisible by 10 or not. If it is divisible by 10, it returns true. What would be the output for 5, true or false?
False.
False. For 11?
False.
So for 5, 11, 22, it is false. For 10, 30, 30, 20, remaining 5 elements, it's true. Whichever the callback function, it returns true, that element alone will be stored. I want to store. Can I use marks 1? Because I want to store. Anyway, it will not change the source array. So whichever the element callback function is returning true, that alone will be stored in a new array marks 1. By the way, marks 1 is also an array because the right hand side is holding an array function. After applying filter. So what would be the output of marks? So let it be marks. Applied filter for marks 1. Can we check the output? I'm sure after this demo, you will be much familiar with callback.
Line 40 marks, not marks.
Yeah. So these are my marks value. So for this mark value, I am applying a filter for callback function based on the resultant of callback function. The marks get filtered. So you have to write in such a way based on the requirement of your built-in function, you have to define your callback function. Wait, instead of x modulo 10, let me return x into x. Nothing will be applied. It's not resultant as error also. It's fine. So what is happening if I give x into x? Nothing is happening.
Not returning any
So
Boolean value.
You have to return Boolean value from your callback function of filter. Whereas if it is for each, according to the requirement, you can print. This is how it takes. And by the way, it is less error prone. If it is valid, you will get the output. If it is not valid, it will not. Okay, I'll do the last method, which is easier method, which is map. The speciality of map is, so filter as name implicits, it filters and the function needs to return Boolean. So map is also a callback. You need to pass a callback function. The speciality of map is map also will traverse with all the values in an array. So based on the callback definition, the values gets updated. So mostly if I want to traverse with all the value in an array, we will use map. Even if you want to go for any updation, you can proceed. So I'll copy paste it. Now I'm giving 3. So let me give a square root. Guys, listen, I'm giving mark 2. Instead of filter, let me apply map function. Function 3. Applying map. Mark 2. So filter, I am filtering the value based on the Boolean condition gets served. Whereas the speciality of map is by default, if I want to traverse with all the values in an array, and if I want to do any operation, I can use map. So as per the definition of my callback, it will traverse with all the value, and every time when it traverses, it is returning back the square value of the number.
Can you tell the difference between filter and map?
Sorry, filter and the map difference.
Yes, ma'am.
So filter will truncate the count. So out of how many values? 8 values, I'm getting 5 as an output. Why? Why 3 is not coming?
And because we have given some condition.
My filter condition not gets matched by these elements. Whereas map is not like that. Map will not truncate the value. If I give 8 values, it will give all the 8 values as an output based on the body definition. That is the difference between map and filter. So mostly in filter, we will give Boolean result. Whereas in map, according to the requirement, you will do operations with the value and you will return. But mostly map is used to traverse. When it comes to chaining function, I want to traverse with all the value. Then you apply map. And if you want to even change any values, or you want to change the key, you want to give a new name for your key, new key name, then you can go for map. Okay, I'll complete. I'm telling every time to complete. I'll complete one last method, simple method. What do you mean by the word slicing in general?
Cutting into pieces.
Splitting, correct. So likewise, see, you take the topic. We traversal, insertion, removal. What was the topic we are discussing here? Transformation. So my array values, my given array values will be transformed to some set of values, filtered to some set of values, sliced to some set of values, transforming my source to other thing based on the requirement. I'll make it simple. And by the way, there were 8 values in my marks, and these are the values. So my marks is holding this many values. Guys, listen, let's assume mark 3 is equal to marks dot slice. Oh my God, slice. So there is no callback function, I think. Can you see the parameters? I think whatever the explanation I gave some time back for splicing, this is applicable for slicing. Can you look into this starting index and ending index? So end index, I think it will not take. So let's try. So I will give start index as 3 and end index as 5. So by the way, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry. I will put index also for your reference. So this will take 0 index, first index, second index, third index, fourth index, fifth index, 6th and 7. What would be the output?
Ma'am, it will 3
Let's
and
try.
4 will be removed.
3 and 4 will be removed as per our learning. Not removing, it is taking only 3 to 5. 8.
But splice adds and slice cuts it, I guess.
slicing and it is taking. So it methods return only the selected element. Now it will be meaningful. So guys, I'm done. Please look into the last method slice. Whatever the rule we discussed some time back for beginning index and end index, this is applicable. So if I give 3 and 4, where it will start? It starts with
3.
Third index. And
Fourth index.
will it take fifth index?
No, fourth index.
No.
So when it comes to index number, so always when there is a situation where you have to provide beginning index and end index, nowhere it will take end index. Always it takes end index -1. Whereas the topics which we discussed above for splices, it is taking starting index. And what was the second parameter?
Delete.
What was the second parameter?
Delete count.
Delete count. Here it is count, the number. Whereas here it is, when you look into the slice, it is taking starting index and ending index. Nowhere it takes starting and index. Always it takes end -1. So it will take only 3 and 4. What was there in 3 and 4? The answer is in front of you. It splits. It returns only the selected index. I provided only 3 and 3,5. So it takes only 3 and 4 and it stores in marks 3. It is not deletion. Come on guys, it is transformation function. So it transforms all the eight values and it transforms and we are getting only 3 based on our requirement. So I want all of you to try with your own demos on only the first 4 operations: traversal, insertion, removal, and transformation, search, aggregation, and this array of array we will discuss after a break. Will it be okay? I will share my notes and this demo. Try the 4 operation and then we will try the last 2 operation after some half an hour.
Ma'am, one
based
simple
on your
question.
completion. Yes, tell me.
So, ma'am, you have declared the marks 1 and marks 2 variable as an array. You haven't declared it in here and it's still taking it just good.
Why
Marks
mark 2 and
like
mark
an
3 will be
array.
considered as an array?
Yeah, that's
And
what-
where
that's
will
what
be
I'm
the memory address? What would be the memory address of mark 2, 3? The answer is in front of you.
So we don't always have to declare it as an array. The program will do that for us.
Wait, we have a very big explanation for that. I thought you know that explanation. So we have something called as primitive type and non-primitive type, especially object type and reference.
Correct.
Let's assume A is equal to 10, 20, 30. B is equal to A. What will happen?
It will automatically declare it as an array. Okay.
Is this point you cannot recollect? This is applicable everywhere, either in Java or JavaScript. From the beginning, we were discussing on the topic reference type. When it comes to reference, look into line number 60. So whether B will take 10, 20, 30? Of course, it will take indirectly via memory address reference. So assume like A 10, 20, 30 is in the memory address 1001, 1005, 1009. So A is holding these 3 memory address. This memory address is shared by B. So since we are sharing the same address, the values are taken.
So
Okay,
it's
I'll-
unique for JavaScript or it will work for Java also?
Because we are discussing on reference. This is applicable for Java also. We tried a demo, no, pass by value and pass by reference with array when we are in array topic. All right, since the discussion is here, let's try. Guys, are you there with this topic? Shall we continue with this pass by? Are feeling tired? You need break? Come on. I'll complete this. I'll complete this alone. This question was how B is taking as an array. I'm sure these are all familiar to you. Both and A, B will take 10, 20, 30. I will show you a shocking output. Whether it takes index, I'll give a try. The answer is in front of you. I have changed only B first index as 200, but it is automatically changing in because of
both are share same memory address.
Correct. That's what when I give B is equal to A, it is not like that B is holding 10, 20, 30. B is holding the address of A. Always array and object will take the reference, not the value type. No, it is address type, reference type. So since it is sharing the same address, B is also taking 10, 20, 30. If you look into line number 20, I am changing only B value. But if I print A value, both, so look into line number 22 and 23. So in A also it has been updated as 10, 200 and 30, even though I changed B. Why? Because
they are same
Reference
address.
location.
Same memory
With the
address.
same
When
memory.
I give B of 1 is equal to 200, it is taking 1005 memory. It is updating the value as 200. Whereas the 1005 is shared by both A and B. So that is the reason both in A and B, the value is getting updated as 200. So same is applicable for whatever I have tried here. Mark 1, Mark 2. Don't take it is taking the value. It is taking the same memory address. Since the memory address is holding the same set of values, it is taking a copy. Even though the memory, even though we have 8 values and later 5 values, it is sharing same address of those 5. Is that clear? Shubham Alam, always this reference type will take address. Shubham?
So if we filter it, will it change the
Find it
original
out.
value as well?
Find it out. That is what my question. I have 8 values here. If I apply 5, how it is taking the values? Whether it is taking the same reference, you apply this to printable statement and try to find how to find the address of the respective memory address and try to print these memory address and check whether both are same.
Okay, ma'am, will do.
Try. Let's give a try. It's all right. I know it's 11:25. I'm giving you 10 minutes break. You take 10 minutes break, come back at 11:35 and continue practicing. Hasib, you there?
Yes, Sangeeta, I'm hearing you.
I'm messaging you. So let them take a break of 10 minutes around 11:35 or 11:40. Let them practice with their own inputs. Don't copy paste my demo. Use that as a reference.
Please confirm, guys, that you are back from break. Whoever come back from the break, please start practicing as per the notes given by Sangeeta ma'am in the mentor note. Yeah, I'm in the session only actually. No, not taking, but yeah, now. 1 second. 1 second. Yes, everyone have come back. Yeah, please continue practicing. Whatever you have learned in morning session as a concept, yeah, please practicing on that, on the same, by using the notes and the demo code, which has been shared by Sangeeta ma'am. Okay, only Ashmita, apart from Ashmita, all have joined back. Ashmita, are you there? Okay. Ashmita, please join as soon as possible. It's okay with all of you guys. Can you practice the code? No problem.
Yes, sir. No problem, sir.
Okay. Fine, fine. Okay, okay. Carry on. All of you are practicing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Smita, are you back from break, dear? I cannot see hand raised against your name.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
So guys, hope you are working. Make it fast. I will continue with next. Lot more are there. Anywhere you got problem, share it. Share the code and the expected result. Hasib sir on Slack. So I'm giving you another 2-3 minutes. Complete the current function which you are trying. We'll go to next. Guys, let's continue with next. Shall we? Please confirm, pass your work.
Yes, ma'am.
Jayashree, Joel, Priya,
Yes, ma'am.
Ramya. Surmani, Sodit, shall we?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you are working with all those functions, but those are simple functions. You can work, and I'm sure you are familiar with those handling. So we have a lot more are there to cover. So let's continue. Okay, so we will continue with find, index of, and reduce. So before that, can we try arrow function instead of this callback function? In the place of callback, we are calling a function. Instead of calling a function, going with a traditional approach, can we replace with arrow? Possible or not? Guys, I'm asking you, what we are doing in Fun2, it's a traditional approach of defining a function. What is the other way? Instead of having function written.
Lambda.
Lambda. Arrow.
Will it be meaningful? Both are same. Instead of having function keyword, function name, written, body of function, everything can be reduced. Everything can be made into one single line with the help of this arrow function. Please look into line number 58. Line number 58, compare with 56. So in the place of Fun2, the function body is placed here. If it is one parameter, this parenthesis is optional. If it is one single line, curly brace is also optional. If I have some 3-4 lines, if else, then I have to use curly braces. Will it be okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Where are we? We were in search function. So search, finding the value. So whenever finding a value and finding the index, opposite. Whenever we are handling a collection of values. So if you want to find a value in an array, since it is an array operation, I can use find. Also, instead of value, if I want to return back the index, so I can use index of. Okay, let me have numbers equal to 45, 55, 65, 77, and 88. Number dot find of 66. Number dot index of 66. Do I want to apply callback? Wait. Sorry, instead of find value, let me give the condition. You can go ahead with the callback function also. Okay. So find also, guys, please pay attention. So find will not take a direct value. Find also will take a callback function. So instead of traditional way, I am applying an arrow function. And I think index will take the direct value. Yeah, I'm sure. So for index alone, you pass the respective value. It will return the index of the given item in the whole array. So tell me what would be the output of line number 80. So I am giving the condition as all the values. It travels with all the values starting from 0th index. Wherever it finds the first occurrence where the condition gets matched. So there it will stops and returns the first occurrence which matches with the given condition. So tell me what would be the output of 80 line?
77.
So it will start from 45, 55, 65, and then when it goes to 77 is greater than 70. Of course, 88 is also greater than 70, but it stops till first occurrence. So the first find based on the given filter condition is 77. And 66 is available and which index?
Second.
It's available in second index. All right. Shall I continue? We will be dealing with all other methods with objects as well as array of arrays. We will again continue with same set of methods. But find and index is clear, and don't forget you cannot find the direct item. Again, you need to apply the filter condition, either a traditional callback function or you can go ahead with arrow. So what was the last topic which I said is aggregation? What do you mean by the term aggregation? Come on, guys. Not sorting. Siddharth. I'm sorry. Siddharth, you there? Let me call because I'm not getting. What do you mean by the term aggregation?
Ma'am, to reduce to one single element or reduce to lot of things into one final output.
Do we came across with this aggregation anywhere before?
Yeah, for normal example, we aggregate the entire mark sheet into the percentage.
Where we came across with this topic in previous modules? Where exactly we discussed aggregation topic?
Database.
In MySQL.
MySQL aggregate function. Can you name some aggregate function?
Some.
Max, min,
max,
Minimum,
average, AVG,
Average,
sum, count,
lambda also,
min, max.
Lambda extension also we have in Stream API.
Whatever the definition or explanation you said, it's fine. So here, if I want to reduce, as name duplicits, if I have an array of 10 values, so I want to apply to any of the operation and I want to get the result of one single scalar value or one single value. I can use the concept of reduce. So reduce method always returns single value as an output, but it takes array as an input. Whatever the function definition I'm placing, according to that, it will define and we will be getting an output. So reduce also will take callback. So let me take the same set of values. Sum is equal to number array dot reduce so if you look into the syntax, reduce also we need to call callback function. In callback function, it will take as per the given syntax, it is taking some 4 parameters, but look into the order. So the first parameter is the previous value and the second parameter is the current value. So when I have a collection of values, it starts from 45 and 55. And whatever the operation is doing with the result, with that result, it continues with 66. With that result, it continues with 77. With the result, it continues with 88. So initially, it takes the whatever the initialized value. If it is like sum or difference or multiplication, it takes the initialized value as a previous value and takes 45 as current. With that initialized value and 45, it does an operation. Whatever the result, that will be considered as a initialized value, so the previous value, and 55 will be current, and it does operation. And again, the sum or whatever the operation you are doing, that result will be the current, the previous value and 67. Likewise, it travels with all the value. So let me do a simple sum. So I want to take initial value. Let's assume sum comma I value. So every time it needs to do sum up with, I. I'll check and I'll confirm sum of all number values. It might be 331. Okay, listen. So please pay attention. I'll share a reference link. So this callback function will take 2 parameters. So it will be like, it will be like when I go for a function, let's assume function 8. I'll be passing x. So what it will do, we will initialize a sum. Let sum is equal to 0. Sum is equal to sum plus x. And at last, I am returning sum. What is the idea behind these 2 lines? So all the time, please pay attention. All the time, I am gonna to traverse with all the values in my number. For the first time, it takes 45. So 45 will be considered as x and initial value sum will be 0. What will happen to the first time? For the first time, 0 plus 45 will be added and it will be stored in sum. When I call for the next time, 55 will be my x value and sum remains 45. So 45 and 55. Again 100 plus 66. So initial value, what I am using. Along with that, my array values will be passed. So same thing I have tried here. So initial value will be nothing. It will be a 0. And I value will be my first value. I'm doing my sum and it is stored in my initial value. Again, with that 55 is passed. With that 66 is passed. And then 77 till it travels 88. This reduce function starting from the initialized value of the first variable. Along with that, all the values in my array will be summed up, or whatever the operation you are doing, it does, and it is returning the value. In this case, sum will be taken as 0 for the first time, and remaining all values will be replaced to x, and we are doing sum. Is that clear? Shall we continue with next? Guys, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are we? So I think that we will be doing with array operations. So before that, you remember some time back, we had this array of arrays. One array is holding 5 different arrays of car details. Shall we try this?
Yes, ma'am.
So from the beginning, I tried only one array, which is holding an integer type. You can also try, what is that? String array. And you can try all the operation. So whereas instead of values, primitive values in an array, instead of red, instead of 45, I'm gonna to place what? Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
So even if I save, it is automatically aligning based on the syntax. So this is also possible. So whereas I'm gonna to have 5 different car details. So this is an example of array of arrays. My car is an array which is holding 5 different arrays, and each array I'm holding 3 different values. All right. We started with arrays. This is done. This is done. Okay, let's have this before that. So creating an array. So I can create an array by using square bracket. Also, I can create using new keyword. So you prefer this? All right. So I'm going to prefer the square bracket because that is recommendable. And let us create array values. Car in first array, this blue Eagle Talon, and then red Nissan Sentra. So Ford Fiesta. So we will go. So we will create as an array and then we will put on to array of arrays. All right. Shall I continue with cars? Cars array.
Yes, ma'am.
So before that, let me go for detailed thing. Car 1 is equal to this is Eagle Blue Eagle Talon. Is it red Nissan Sentra? Please look into wait, car 3 is equal to car 3 dot push off. What was the third car? Black Ford Fiesta. Black Ford. Ford. Please look into line number 89 to 97 and come along with me. I know I have tried different ways just to show you these are the different ways of handling array. Can we try with any other way? One is the square bracket, direct value, push. Right. Fourth car is equal to new array of cherry, eagle, talon. Oh, sorry. Do we have any other way of defining an array and adding an item? Check. Sorry.
Unshift is not adding the array. Unshift.
Unshift?
If also we can add the array now.
We can add. Okay, let me. Fifth car, silver Nissan Sentra. All right. So I know for a few of you it will be confusing, but it's actually a simple thing, guys. So I just wanted to show you array of array. One array is holding 5 different array, which is nothing new. Whatever they wanted to try in this demo sample. So from morning we were discussing in JavaScript, we can handle an array with regular way, with keyword, with new keyword, with array constructor way of creating and initializing, or without anything, simply by using square bracket. And also you can add items via push method. So we have 5 different cards. So let us handle all. I cannot handle everything as a single dimension array. Every row is a single array. So I have 5 rows. So I can have array of array. So I have created cars with 5 arrays. So I am adding the first car1 object. So car1 I'm handling directly using a single square bracket, regular way of creating and adding an items in JavaScript by using square bracket. In car2, I'm initializing first. I'm initializing 3 memory. Later via index, I'm adding all the values and I'm assigning all the values. So car 3, I am creating an empty array. Later, I am pushing with all the values. Car 4, by using constructor way, I am initializing as well as I am adding an item. This is constructor. Object name is equal to new array of, I'm passing all the 3 objects. So all the 3 will be passed to constructor and it will be initialized. It's an array constructor. And the last, directly without name, I'm directly adding an item. If you feel like you're comfortable with first methodology, it's fine. I just want to show all these ways since we came across on different ways of array handling in JavaScript. Will it be okay? Car 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5th one without name. So I have an object, but without name, without a name of my array object, I am initializing. Can you able to relate with different slides we came across on this array initialization from morning? Guys, still
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have objects. Ayush, Anuj, is that clear? All the 4 cars
Yes, ma'am.
object
Yes, ma'am.
and all the 4 array I am adding in my array of array. You can also use push also. So instead of these 5 lines, I can use empty. I can create an empty array. I using push. I can add all the 5 objects. So what will happen if I print cars? If I print array of array, what will happen? It will display all the values. That's all. What will happen if I print cars of 0?
0th index.
First 3
R1.
values.
Car 1.
First 0th index, first car, which is blue eagle talon, and then 3rd index value. What will happen to line number 110? I thought let's give a try.
Ma'am, the second index.
Second index or second value.
It's taking on.
R3 second value.
No, it is not taking. It is taking undefined. I thought let's give a try. Wait. Nowhere they have mentioned. I thought let's give a try. It should. We will fetch. So this is car index. I thought
think it
let's
will
get
print Nissan.
Pista. Who was that? Siddharth, are you speaking or go on a mute?
Ma'am, I'm saying it will print Nissan.
It should print Fiesta. It's second index. Array
But for
works
me,
on index
second-
methodology. It should print Fiesta. As per my requirement, it should print Fiesta. Wait, I'll show you. This is car 0 index. I'll put all the 5 index. So car first index. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll print all 4, 4th index. So 0th car 1, cars in car 0. It's cars array. Car 0 is holding blue eagle talon. Car 1 red Nissan. Car 2 black Ford Fiesta. And car 3 and car 4. So I thought let me pull the value, one single value from the index. Wait, we'll find it out. So I want only Fiesta. I want only cherry. So let's try this. In car 2, I want second. Will it work? Should work.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Check for syntax. So from cars, you can able to retrieve all the cars. From car, I want to Cards of 0, 1, 2, 3 is all the index. So I am having 5 rows. I should not say columns. It is array of array. So I can say 5 rows. Out of that, if I want to fetch particular element.
And cars index dot we try them.
Even for previous, it's working. If I give cards of 2, so it is throwing all the values. Out of second index. No.
Now we have to pass the array and with the index again, like card 2 and then index.
Wait. We have methods to retrieve, but why can't we get? Okay, make a note. So we will try in the practice time. So out of given array, if I want to retrieve, what is this? Why I'm not getting?
You have to, I think we need to use the internal array name like cards 2, and then we need to pass the index number with a dot operator.
And card 2 dot index of.
No, there is no car. We have array name as cards. Out of that, in second index, array dot, do we have any get? No, getter is also not there. It's a default prototype.
And what exactly we want to get?
So I want to get, for example, I want to get this black, or I want to get this eagle.
Eagle, then ma'am, just use car 3. Eagle is where? For black, just car 3 and the index value of 1. Instead of array. No ma'am, with cards, array index you have passed. Then put a dot product and then put the cards.
Here it is not.
Now you use the cards 3. And now index, yes ma'am.
No, why I want to use cars of 2 and again car 3? Even if I represent car of 2, it represents car 3. This will not work. That's what we have a lot of things to cover, but make a note, you try in your practice session. Guys, are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's an array of array. So I have an array which is holding 5 different inner array. So out of that, if I want to fetch one particular index value, you try with outer array. That is what the task we are trying, but it is taking time. I will also crack. I'll make a note and I'll try. You also try in your practice session. Let me comment it. Fine. All right. Fine. So let's continue with next, not new topic. We will continue with array operations. So we are going to perform array operations. We will be defining an array and we are going to perform array options. Whatever the operations we discussed for simple array, we are going to do same thing we are going to discuss for array of arrays. For a given array of products price, write a JavaScript function to get their prices post deduction of given discount. Discounted is provided as percentage value. So before continuing this, I need 2 minutes time. So meanwhile, I'll give you 5 minutes time. Instead of cars, you think on different example and try with array of arrays and try a demo program. I'm giving you 10 minutes time before moving to the example and try to crack this. So I need 5 minutes of time. So meanwhile, you can practice the same and then we will continue with next.
Yes, okay, Sangeeta. They will practice.
Yes, guys. Let's try in different way. We will give a key instead of unique index. We will give unique key, requesting you to pay attention. Let's give a try. Shall I continue, guys? Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Let where I'm leaving all constant. So I'm giving key as product name. All right, let's give 501. That will also not work. Let's try this. Let's try 501. HP laptop 12,000 or 200. HP laptop mouse 1200. 502. Dell 1,500. 503. HP web camera 800 rupees. So requesting all of you to pay attention. So let's try an array operation for the given array products. By the way, will it be valid? Can I give heterogeneous type, mixed type of values in an array?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
heard only one as which
Yes,
is
ma'am.
possible. These are the unique things about our JavaScript. I can create an empty array. I can have array of arrays, and without new I can proceed, and also I can give heterogeneous type. So which is possible. So let us create a let us do an array operation for this product array. So where let's assume this is a summer sale I want to give. All the product I want to give a discount sale of 10 or 15%. So 15% discounted sale. So let us apply array operations, and we will traverse with all the value in an array, and we will take the product price and we will apply this discounted percentage, and instead of this price, let us display with the discounted price. Shall we try with array operation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, listen. This can be done via either callback function or arrow function. So let's assume I am creating discounted price is equal to calculate discounted price. And I am passing my products. So listen, again, I'm repeating whatever we discussed from morning. Those functions, reduce function, map function, filter function, same thing we are gonna to apply to complex array of array. Again, I'm repeating the operation which we are gonna to do here is I have a product array where I'm gonna to apply the discounted percentage of 15 to my product price, and I want to revise the price. And I want to store it in an array. Don't worry, since it is a reference type, the revised price will be stored automatically. So let me define a function calculator discount price. We'll go with the traditional approach. Then we will modify the same with arrow function. Okay. Or shall we try directly with arrow function? Everything is fine for me.
Arrow function.
We can try with arrow function. So I don't want to go for this function. All right. So let me give the name. Please pay attention. You can give without let where. I'm leaving to you. So let my function name, I'm going to use it as a variable. Whatever the parameter I am passing. Here, what was my parameter? My parameter was product. The same thing I'm capturing via any variable. Shall I pass it and capture it as X? Will it works?
Yes, sir.
I am trying with arrow function. You try with the regular function. If you are trying with the regular function, you need to use function name with parameters. Parameter name might or might not be same. So I am passing as a product, which is my array, but I'm capturing it as X. Whereas here I want to handle everything as an X. Okay, so I want to traverse with all the value in my array. What function I need to use?
Map.
For each.
Very good.
For each.
So for each or map? Go for map. Because I am going to transform the value. I'm not only traversing with the value. Along with traversal, I'm going to apply the, what is that? Revised selling price. So go for map. All of you, why we are going for map? Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Ma'am, why we are going for map? Can you tell again?
Because I want to traverse with all the values in an array, all the array. So I need to start from first array, then I need to traverse with second and third, and whatever the body part I am defining, based on that I want to update the value in my array. So which is possible with the help of transformation function map.
Yes, ma'am.
Even parameter is not required here. So simply I'm calling the variable calculated discounted price. I can call here. See, I can use, because it's a global variable, I can call directly. So products dot, I need to traverse with all the value. So again, map, we need to pass a callback function. So whatever the parameter I am passing, I'm capturing it as a X. It will traverse with all the values in my product. Out of that, I don't have a problem with my 0th index. I don't have a problem with first index. What I need to do with second index? 0, 1, 2. Tell me, what was the formula? See, I want to traverse with all my inner array. When I give products.map.
0.15 into X of 2.
Correct. We will come to the function. But before that, what my map will do, it will take product of 0. It will take 501 HP mouse and 1200. It will traverse with my first array. So do I want to do anything with my first value? No. Do I want to do with my first index HP mouse? No. What I need to do, I want to change this price value to revised selling price. So I don't want to have change in X of 0 and X of 1. By the way, what is X? It is just a temporary variable for my map, which is used to position whatever the index value you are traversing with array. It will take the respective value. Initially, X will be taking this 501 and then 502 and then 503. So when you give index, it will take the respective index positioned value. So I don't have a problem with 0 and 1, but if you take second index, so 1200 minus 1200 into what was the percentage? 15 by 100. Will it works?
Yes.
Just confirm me. Let me give discounted product. Which is holding in an array discounted price. Whereas without discount, everything I'm having in my product details. Anyway, product details also, I cannot use product details because it is referenced type. When you make a modification in discounted price product, that will also get reflected over here. Shall I execute? Is there any syntax? Is there a change in product price?
Yes, ma'am.
So I have 501 HP mouse, 1200. If I apply 15% discount, 1200 has been modified as 1020, and 1500 I'm giving a sale of 1275, and 800 rupees web camera can be say with discounted price of 680. Can you see the difference? Output is not
Yes,
a very
ma'am.
big deal. I will comment this. Something, this alignment is an issue in my screen. What is happening? Wait.
You can format document.
I know. It's issue. Automatically, no, this Visual Studio is aligning my code. All right. So this is my product array. We have tried map, and we are making a discounted price. This is a speciality of map. Same thing, I cannot do it with for each, transforming the value. That's it. So please confirm the output and the code is clear to you. Will you try the same via traditional function? Is it possible? Instead of arrow function, will you try the same with traditional?
Yes, ma'am.
Possible. All right, I'm giving you a small task. I applied discount sale for all the product. So let's assume I want to apply. Listen carefully. I want to apply 15% discounted sale only for product having cost price less than 1000. So what was the question? So I have 3 products. Out of 3 products, whichever the product is having cost price less than 1000, for that alone the discounted is applicable, or greater than 1000. So if it is greater than 1000, do I want to apply this 15% discounted sale for all the 3 products? No. So this discount will be applicable only for what? The first 2 products, because first 2 products are having cost price which is greater than 1000. So what additional things you need to use with this line number 119? Think and answer me.
Filter we have to use.
Very good. You
Filter.
need to use map as well as you need to use
Filter.
filter. Can you give a try? Is it possible to give a try? So earlier We traverse with all the value without any condition. We applied the discounted price. Only for the second index value, I applied the discounted price. So now I want to apply discounted price only for the products having cost price greater than 1,000. I'm not stopping my screen share. So with the reference to the same demo. So I need to apply, but before that I need to apply map.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, why for only second index you have applied?
Why I applied for second index? Because price is located in which index? I don't know who arised the question. Let me check. So come on. What is the index of 501?
0.
This product name, first index. The price is located in
Okay, got it.
second index. So when I traverse with all the array value, my 0th index and first remain same. For second alone, I am doing this discounted sale.
Okay, I got it. I'm thinking about columns.
Okay. So same coding, but before applying a map, I want you to try with filter. So here filter will come, but what filter you think and do it. I'm giving you 5 minutes time. It's 1:04 in my clock, 1:10 I will type the code. So I want to apply discounted sale only for cost price, which is greater than 1,000. So you should apply map before map filter. So those product alone, I'm applying this discounted percentage. So I'm giving you 5 minutes time. Try to crack. Else at 1:10, I will be typing the code. Refer the syntax of filter we tried in the morning. Again, filter also requires callback function. So use arrow function. Again, I'm repeating, both map and filter will take parameter as a callback function. In the place of callback, you apply arrow. All right, it's time. Can you help me to complete it, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
So before applying this discounted sale, I want to filter the product. Please pay attention. What filter? What is a condition to for a filter?
The second
Again, I
index
need
should
to.
be greater than 1000.
Again, I need to traverse with products. All the values in products, automatically it will traverse. So product dot filter. So my filter will traverse all the product. Out of that, which index I want to check the condition?
X of I of
Second
two
index
What is the condition?
greater
greater
than
than
1000.
1000.
Story over. So it will take only second index holding greater than 1000. So out of 3 product, it will take only those 2. That 2 alone we will be applying to map. So out of that, first 2, 0th index and first index, nothing changed. Whereas in second index, the price alone will be discounted to 15%. I was expecting you to do this center bar. So now what will happen? This was the output, earlier output, where all the product price, we applied 15% discount. When I refresh, what will happen? Only the first 2 product discounts are applied. I'll show you the output. Instead of discounted product details, let me display only products. So the first 2 products alone, the discount is applied. The last product discount is not applied. It has been taken only the first 2 products. Filter will take only based on the condition and it applies. If I want to do only filtering, you do it. So I want to take only first 2 products. I want to take only the last product, or out of 10 products, I want to take so and so products. Based on the condition, you give and you retrieve. From there, again, on top of it, if you want to apply any condition, you go ahead. Line number.
If our
five arrays are storing 501, 502, 504, and 505, and all the things. But if you give the discount, sale is 15, 20, 35, and 15. Then what?
Oh, for different product, different percentage.
Yes, ma'am. Two are same, but another three is different.
So let's assume you have 5 products. For first product, you need to apply. Then you need to create different variable. For example, HP products, this particular condition. You can use string function and you can try.
We calculate the separate one, separate.
I think for separate only, it will come as separate only. Because if I filter only HP, I will get only HP mouse and HP web camera. So for HP, you need to create a separate variable and you need to proceed with the discounted price for only that.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. For a given array of product price, write a function, okay, post deduction of given price. So filter out only the premium products and apply 15% of non-premium. We have already done. So we have something called as chaining. So whatever we did in this example, it is an example for chaining an array. What do you mean by chaining array function?
Sequential use.
Connecting one time.
We have not used reduce. We will go for one more example for reduce. Reduce, as we know, it is aggregating. I can use for sum, I can use it for average or counting. Yeah. So on top of my given array, I have applied filter. Whatever the output I'm getting from the filter function, that is gonna to apply for an input of map function. So whatever I'm getting from map, if I send that value to my reduce, and if I found out sum of all the prices based on the stock, then you can do it with reduce. So there will be a requirement in JavaScript where we will apply a lot of chaining array function. So let's continue with one last demo on array. I think this is the last demo. Then we will be getting into objects. So I'll complete the last example. Then we'll go on a break. Continuation of same. I am finding out the premium product and I'm applying a discount and find the stock of each product. Total count. So already we did filter and map. Along with that, we'll apply a reduce function. Again, I'm telling reduce is a kind of an aggregate function. You can use it for summing up the values, counting the number of values. Irrespective of your requirement, you can define the function body. Shall we continue with reduce? So with this, we are ending. So morning we discussed only a simple map, filter and reduce. Let us do chaining, filter of all the array operation chaining. So what can I do? Listen. So 504. Again, let me give del mouse. So which is 1350. Let me give 505. Again, let me give del mouse. Listen carefully. I know it is So I have 5 products. So out of that, let's take whichever the product is greater than 1000 or premium product. So if I apply filter, how many I will get? Out of 5, I will be getting 4 products. Is that fine?
Yes, ma'am.
So out of 4, excluding this web camera, so remaining all is my premium product. I have applied filter condition. So for that filter condition values, I can apply discounted sale by using map. So after applying this discounted sale also, so I want to know whichever the product are same. So let's take HP mouse, Dell mouse. Dell mouse is repeating thrice. So I want to find the total stock. So total, I want to know each product, how many stock is available in my product array. So I want to find out HP mouse is available only once, whereas Dell mouse is there. Totally, I have 3 stock in my Dell mouse. So this stock, counting the number of values, can be done with the help of, so you can apply with the help of, so filtering the value, traversing with all the value and transforming the value. And apart from that, so finding the count, finding the sum, all these aggregation can be done with the help of reduce. Shall we apply reduce for this discounted price value?
Yes, ma'am.
So now we have 4 different products alone: 501, 502, 503, and 504. I'm sorry, 504 and 505. 503 alone, it's not a premium product. Let's go with this example. So they tried with some different products. I have taken my own demo. So instead of 503, remaining 4, we applied a discounted price. So now we want to create a stock of each product type. So I should get an output HP mouse 1 stock, whereas Dell mouse is having 3 stock. That we can find out with the help of reduce. So requesting you to pay attention. Product stock. I can use with, without let. So what will be there? So I cannot take product. I have to take only discounted price product. So guys, are you with me? For this discounted price product, I'm gonna to find the total stock. I cannot take, I cannot traverse with my product. I need to traverse only with my discounted price product. And what function we need to apply?
And reduce.
Reduce. So reduce also will take callback function. And here I am gonna to provide total stock. Total stock, comma, my product. So let it be X. So I think we need to check multiple conditions. So go for curly braces because I'm gonna to apply if condition. So what is the condition I want to apply to find total stock? Initially total stock is 0. Everywhere it is 0. How we will come to know? Come on guys, how we will come to know HP mouses occurs only once, Dell mouses occurred thrice? Think and answer me. We deal
by their name.
By their name comparison. So
if their ID would have same, then
yeah, I cannot deal with products. So as I said, I will deal with discounted product. What I will do is I will create an empty stock. So where I will store first HP mouse and then I will traverse to the next item. If the next item is same as HP mouse, what I will do? I will increment the count. You remember the way of incrementing the count in file handling topic in our core Java?
Yes, ma'am.
Guys, is this vague or can we go on a break and we can continue this? I'm literally worried on your understanding of this topic. So your decision is going to be the final decision. Shall I take a poll?
No, ma'am, continue.
We can continue. No, that's what I'm telling. Reduce is the last topic. We already tried with simple array. I thought we'll try for heterogeneous array. We will continue with the same demo they want us to try. So I have 4 discounted products coming under premium category, whereas I want to take a stock. So what we will do, we have 4 products. Initially, I'll take HP mouse. I will compare with the second product. So I will be storing HP mouse in my any temporary array, and I will take second product. I will compare this Dell mouse is available in my temporary array. If it is available, what I will do? I will increment the count with 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Then I will traverse to the third value. If it is not available, store it. I will take HP mouse and I will store it in a temp array. I will take the first product. Then I will be comparing with the remaining. If the second one is new, again store it in a temp array and compare it. If it is same, if the index value remains same, then increment it, or no need to increment. You store as such. So I'm putting the logic and I'll complete it. That's it about your array. And then afternoon we can continue with objects. Okay, listen. So let's take index value. So index value is equal to my total stock. Let's assume this is a temporary array where I am traversing with all the value. So I am taking my, okay, map. Index of, what was the value I provided? Is it confusing? So let me give product. So listen carefully. So I am introducing a temp variable, which is an index. In my existing total stock will be initially empty. So I am traversing and I am comparing with all my products. Initially, empty array will be compared with HP mouse. So do we have this HP mouse in an empty array?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
No, it is not there. You just imagine this total stock is an empty array, or I will make it as temp array, so that it will be better understanding. So let's take temp array. You remember our reduce function, always it takes 0. Even some time back I discussed this. Where I am. Can you remember the points which I reduced for, which I said for reduce? Where was my reduce? Filter. Map. Slice. Yeah. So do you remember the points which I discussed for reduce? What would be the value of sum?
0.
0.
0. It will take empty 0. So since we are doing this addition, my machine is taking dynamic as integer type, number type. So initially it is 0. This 0 will be added with the first value. Let it be 10. And the answer will be again stored in sum. That again will be added with the second value, third value. It will go till to the last value of my array. So likewise, if you take in reduce, it will take 2 parameters. The first parameter will be your initialized value and second parameter is your array values. So I am taking the temp array. I am comparing with the first product. So the first product is not available. What would be the index? So index will be -1 because I don't have that product in my temporary array. So if it is -1, if the index value is less than 0, what I need to do, there is no product available. If it is available, then I want to increment the stock. Listen. So then if it is not there, I am taking this temp array dot adding my first product and the stock as nothing, stock as only 1. Wait. I'll complete it so that you will understand. Else, so my temp array of this respective index will be added with product of 0 plus my I will not take 0, I will take 1. I'll complete it. Give me 1 minute time. That's it. I'm done with the code. So again, I'm repeating my requirement is, so I have 5 different products. Out of that, 4 will be considered as a premium product. Out of 4, I want to take the stock. So in order to get the stock, the expected output is, so after I'm completing this, I should have an expected output as, I should get the product name. What was my product name? My product name is HP mouse and I want the output as 1 stock. Whereas if you take Dell mouse, what was the requirement?
3.
I should get 3. This is what the requirement. This is what I was discussing from last 10 minutes. I want product name. I know it. I am, for your understanding, I'm telling product name. According to an array, this product name is located in which index?
First index.
So whenever if I want to refer the product name, I should use an array followed with square bracket of, come on,
Index value.
First index.
0, 1 or 2?
1.
1. So I should get my product name followed with stock. If I don't have it in my temp array, the stock remains 1. If it is there in my existing array, every time I need to keep on increment. So once if I travel all the 4 values, so my Dell mouse is available totally 3 times. In my stock array, it is available 3 plus post increment. So this is what the expected output. It will not consider HP web camera because it is having less than, I am taking the discounted price product array. So I'm applying reduce. Initially temp array is empty and I am traversing with all my discounted price product. This has been replaced here. So for the first time, I am traversing with my temp array and I am comparing with my product 0. So which is not there. So if it is less than, I'm sorry, it should be, if it is less than 0, -1, index is not found. If the index is not found, it returns -1. If it is -1, I'll be getting an output product, the respective product followed with, why product of 1?
Because
I want only product name. I don't want this, what is this product ID? If you want product ID, if you want product name, you go ahead. But I want output sample like this. So if it is less than 1, it remains 1. Or if the index is greater than 1, every time I am placing, again array of array, I am placing my product name followed with, you can give the by this way here also. So I can give product 1, which is my product name, comma stock remains 1. If it is available in my temp array, every time I want to increment the stock. Initially it was 0. Every time when it found in my product, it keeps on increment. Can you see it is post increment? So after executing, I will be getting a product stock. It is an array of array which is holding. You find it out. Depend upon my source, depend upon my input I am providing. It again gives array of an array. So in that it takes only 2 different values. The first value is product name and second value is stock. Either it will be one stock or it will be number of times I'm counting. Okay, I will print it.
If stock is 0, then what we have to do?
How stock will be 0?
Other than the items that we have searched for.
No, I'm gonna to traverse only with 4. How it is gonna to be 0? Come on, guys. Think logically. If instead of discounted price product, if I traverse with product, I will be getting HP web camera 1. You try. How come it will be 0? Never at all. This is what the output I will get if I work reduce with product. Since I'm working on this discounted price product variable, excluding this web camera, I will get the remaining. Whatever the output you want, you can define as an array. Okay. So at last, don't forget to return your temp array. So I'll show you the output. I'm done. So you interpret the code and try to understand what is happening. Stock details. I know why. No problem. You interpret the code. After lunch, I'll give you some time. You interpret the code, understand, then we'll proceed with option. I should concatenate. Somewhere I am missing this plus. The expected output. Can you see? I know I didn't get the expected output. So I'm getting HP mouse, Dell mouse alone 111. I don't want 111. I want sum up. 1 second. Let me check my code. What did I miss? It is taking only 10. It is taking only the product name and it is incrementing with 1. This is also correct. Do I want to store? No, I should return here only. 1 second. Somewhere in my addition.
Ma'am, for comparison, we need 2 for loops, no, ma'am?
Not
Look.
required, not required.
What if we give
I made a small mistake. No one pointed out. I don't want to take product 0. I don't want to take product ID. I want to take what?
one
Product name.
index?
Product name. Now it works. This is what the expected output. So I know it will be confusing for many. I'll try to interpret the code. Again, I will go for one more time of explanation and you modify the code and do it according to your source data. This is what I want. So depend upon, it will traverse with all the time and it checks whether it exists or not. If it is exist, index will not return -1. It will return either 0, 1, 2 or whatever. Depend upon your index number. In such case, I want to increment my stock. And I want to take the product name as such. Else, I simply want to push the product in my, whatever the product. Initially, it will be empty. With the empty array, it will compare with HP mouse. So it will go to else part where HP mouse and 1 will be added. 0 plus 1, 1. Whereas the second time, Dell mouse will be added in my stock. Next time, again, it will take Dell mouse. Dell mouse is already available in my temp array. So it will increment the count. And again, third time, again, the Dell mouse will be compared with temp array. It is already available in second index. So 2 plus 1, 3 will be the output. That's all. All right. Let's go on a lunch break, guys. After lunch break, I'll share my screen. You interpret the code. Again, we will discuss on the same. Please confirm that you are back. I am sharing the last demo, which I have tried. You can do it for employee data. You can do it for student data. You decide. So I tried for product. You can try for employee data and calculate the salary for so-and-so department employee. Is it possible? So I'm giving you another 25 minutes time to practice this. So instead of product, you can try employee array of array. Holding employee ID, employee name, employee department and salary. So based on department, you give hike of certain percentage of salary. So try filter. Filter is used to filter the data based on employee department. So if I want to revise the salary of so-and-so department employee, I can use map. If I want to do for all employee also, I can do with map. But the order, if I want to do only for sales department, so then I need to use filter and map. And try to calculate average salary of employee by using reduce. So I'm sharing the demo which I have tried in the morning for this chaining array operation with these array functions: filter, map, reduce. Okay, complete it, then I'll go for Q&A. Or if you want to do it for your own record, product data, student record, or any blog detail, go ahead. Okay, I'm sharing my demo. This is my demo. Sir, I'm sharing a reference material for reduce. All those three functions, reduce, map, and filter. Of course, I'm going to share an official MDN site. What is that? Reduce, filter, and map.
Sir,
Yes, Richa.
sir, I have a problem, sir. Can I share my
Yeah, share your screen.
Sir, I copied all the MAM code and tried to run this, but not able to run, sir.
Nothing is coming.
Yes, sir. White screen.
There is some problem. Right click on the page. Right click on the page. Yeah. Go to inspect. Inspect.
Yes, sir.
Go to console. Yeah, there is some issue, no? Daily is not defined, it is telling in line number 24. Go there. And there is some DevTool issues also there. Open it in another browser. Daily is not defined in line number 24. Go there. Line number 24.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, double quote it should be. And save it and run it now. And you do one thing, you open it in other browser. There is some problem with this browser.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Now it's coming, sir.
So it's coming. No, okay, fine. Okay.
Sir, I copied MAM code also, but it's also not running.
No, you
You're not
check
getting the
check.
output.
Yes, ma'am. I copied all your.
Go for 16th line. I can see some syntax error in 16th line. Show me. When you are copying, no, you are getting that extra character. Can you notice in 10th line, 16th line, 19th line, you delete that.
Some boxes, yellow boxes are there, small.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, these boxes.
You keep your cursor and delete it.
Okay, ma'am, I will delete it.
You delete and try, you will get it.
Oh, okay, ma'am.
So I want all of you to try this array chaining array functions. I tried for product, you try for employee data or, but it should be array of array. Don't start with objects. Object with key value pair, we will try after some time. I want you to try with array of arrays, only arrays.
Ma'am?
Yes.
I did not understand that reduce part. So can you explain again that part?
Yeah. So before this, have you understood this?
Yes, ma'am.
So here it is simple operation. The same thing we are doing with complex array type. So what is happening with my sum? Sum is an scalar value because right hand side I have a reduce function. The syntax of reduce is so reduce will always take two values. One is the previous value or initialized value. And the next one is the value which you are passing. Please understand the basic functionality of reduce, then only you can relate with this complex operation, or otherwise it's very difficult, guys. So that's what I am going with simple example first, then with array of array, then no, we will be applying for wrangling. After object only we will touch the topic wrangling. So let's assume I am applying this reduce for my array. So initially my previous value will be empty. My current value will be 1. So both the values are stored. If you have the third parameter, it will store the value in the initial value. I will repeat. So your reduce, whatever the parameter you are passing, you can pass. The body of the reduce callback function is according to your requirement. You can have addition, you can have subtraction. You check with subtraction. And the third parameter, this is optional. And the third parameter is whatever the value you want to assign, where it needs to store. As per the given example, the previous value was 0, -1 index, and the current value will be 1. So for the first time, it will sum up my previous value and current value, 0 + 1. And the answer will be stored in initial value. That will be passed as a previous value when it executes for the second time. So 0 + 1, 1, and the current value will be 2. So 1 + 2, and then 4 + 3, it will go on. It will keep on going. So for the first time it executes. Again, I'm repeating, it takes two parameters, previous value and current value. When it executes for the first time, previous value will be the initial value, which was 0, that you have to pass at the last. As per my demo, so I am passing my empty array. So empty array was my previous value, this temp array. I was telling this from the beginning. This temp array is an empty array at initial phase. What will happen at the first time? Let's discuss. You relate the same with this example. Is that clear?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So it will take these two values and it will do sum up and it will store in the initial value. Initial value was 0. That was my previous value. Then both the values will be added and it will again store in the initial value. That is passed as the previous value. So please work on this simple example, then work on the complex array example. Then you will understand. So as per this addition example, initial value was 0 initially. And then based on the sum up, the value will be stored here. At last, once after traversing with all the value, the sum up value, which is stored in the initial, will be over here. Similarly, as per my demo, yeah, initial array, my temp array will be taking an empty array. Can you relate? So this is my parameter, this is my body, and this is my initial value. What was my initial value? My initial value was temp array, which was an empty array. And the product is nothing but all the 4 products. What was my first product? HP mouse was for the first time. So what it will do? It will check the product name is available in my temp array. Do we have in the temp array?
No, ma'am.
No, you check index function. What this index function is doing?
Return the index of that product.
It returns the index. So text dot index of welcome. It checks welcome is there. If the welcome is there, it returns index. If it is not available, why it is returning -1?
Because it's not available. No.
Welcome is available.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. It's a simple thing. You can crack within a second. Compare this welcome and this welcome.
Capital
Yeah,
W,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Capital
Yes.
W.
So this capital W is not there. Since it is not available, it is returning what?
-1.
-1. So this function will return either -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Either it returns 0 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because I have four values, sorry. So if it is not available, it returns -1. If it is -1, what I need to do? I want to add it in my temp array. So HP mouse will be added in my temp array. If the value is available, for example, I am having HP mouse and then it travels to Dell mouse. Dell mouse is available in HP mouse? No, it returns -1. So HP mouse and Dell mouse will be there in my temp array. Is that clear till this point? I am working only on if operation. So when it comes to 504, again Dell mouse. Dell mouse will be compared with all the value in temp array. What was the value? I will be getting 1. My index value will be 1 because already I have two values in my temp array, HP mouse and Dell mouse. And this mouse is available already. So 1, my product Dell mouse is available. If the index is not -1, if it is 0 or if it is 1 or if it is 2, I want to add the product in my respective index. Along with that, I want to increment the count. So it is available in first index. In the first index, I want to add what? Dell mouse, and then I want to increment the array index. Plus 1 will become 2. So by the way, I will be getting HP mouse 1, Dell mouse 3. Initially, it will be temp array empty. Later, it will add HP mouse 1. Later, it will add Dell mouse 1, then Dell mouse 2, then Dell mouse 3, then it stops. Pages, it's clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Please work on your data.
Yeah, ma'am.
As I told, you will be feeling little bit complex, difficult, no worries. Practice will make you clear understanding on this topic. Still, we have wrangling, object and wrangling. Work on it. Shall we continue with objects?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you will be into practicing. There is no more sprints for today. So today evening, tonight, work on array functions. We will start with objects, followed with wrangling. So, yes, guys, requesting your attention. We will be done with this. Please observe this code closely and tell me what correction is required. We have a list. And the list is nothing but an array holding colors, red, pink, rose, purple. So we are traversing all the value by using map and we are converting it to uppercase. So map is used to traverse with all the value mandatory, no filter, nothing. And transforming the value, all the value gets transformed to uppercase. Again, I am applying filter. Again, filter is also traversing with all the value and filter wants to return whichever the value starts with R. But we are not getting the expected output. Instead, it is returning an empty array.
Yes,
There is a
it-
small correction.
Because of brackets, no?
Brackets are okay. If it is one value, brackets are optional.
And capital
No,
letter.
for array, we are using square brackets.
Curly braces is also optional. If it is one single line. Yeah. Somebody said something. Array?
Curly bracket, curly capital letters.
No, dear.
Ma'am, where in value, open and close in this point after filter.
Chain. What? Chain is not required. No.
Chain.
Where you are telling?
Should be, I'm saying
After
filter
value,
should be-
after value.
After value,
Close the bracket. I mean,
it is closed here.
Yeah.
So it is closed here. This is also optional.
We did not
Because I
pass
have-
parameters.
Yes, Tejas, tell me.
Did not pass parameters.
Where?
After filter list is equal to.
Filter list is array.
No. Here no, not when that late filter list.
No. Why I want to pass? Here it is list.map. So it will take list. Sorry. And it travels with all the value. Of course, we have not tried a demo program with this angle, but no problem. You can still think. So I'm just comparing with Java. So let's see you are getting an idea or not. String name is equal to Anuj. Name dot. We have two uppercase or two upper. What was the function to convert to uppercase?
To uppercase.
Yes. Capital Anuj or uppercase Anuj or small letter Anuj?
Small letter Anuj.
Why?
Because we did not give that variable to store that name dot uppercase.
So for everyone, I have variable. I'm just comparing with Java so that you can think in such the way to resolve the problem of the program. So I have name Anuj. So name string function I'm calling to uppercase. So when I call this line, when the instance is there in 6th line, it converts name to uppercase. Anuj will be converted to uppercase Anuj. But we failed to store that uppercase. Again, if you try to print, it will print only small letter Anuj. The solution is whatever I'm converting to uppercase, it needs to store in name. So now you think. We don't have problem with map. We have a problem with this filter block. I am traversing with all the value. And I am checking whether it starts with R. The correction is, what keyword is missing?
Return.
Before the filter, ma'am.
So before this value dot starts with R, you need to use return keyword. So my filter needs to return whichever the value starts with R. That alone will be stored in filter list. The correction required is you need to add here.
Not
Return
filter, before that.
here. So I need to return only the value starts with R. Then only it will be filtered list will be stored with red and rows. Is that clear?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
can ask me a question. We haven't tried in the morning. What we tried in the morning? We tried like list dot filter of X dot starts with R. This is different from this. Can you relate? Here by default it traverses with all list values. It will take red. So we are checking red starts with R. If the condition true, it returns true. Then we are storing it, we are taking that value alone. Then it will take pink, rose, purple. Out of that, whichever the condition returns true, we are storing that. Here it is filtered list. I am not traversing. Already I traversed. From this, I am getting only red and rose. In that, if I want to return only those values starts with R, return keyword is must. Check what will happen with or without red. Return. Shall I go to next topic, objects? And more theory on object is familiar to you, to all of us, because we came across on powerful object oriented language, which is Java. So like other programming language, especially I can compare with Java, as we all came across with Java programming language, we can compare object concept with JavaScript also. Whatever we discussed with object, what are all the points we discussed with objects in OOPS language like Java? What was the first point I said in object?
It's an instance of a class.
Before that, what was the first point I have introduced when I start with object? Objects are, what are you doing, guys?
Real world entities.
Did I said this word as my first definition for objects? I said you are sitting in your house. Whatever the thing you are seeing in front of you, everything falls under the category
Objects.
objects. So all the concepts are same. So all are real world objects. Objects consist of, you can relate here, attributes. Attributes are properties where I can store the data. If you take car is an object. Car consists of color, engine, wheel. I can give color, blue color, whatever the engine. Number, data I can provide with attribute. Behavioral of car, functions can be provided with the help of behavioral part. Functions are properties, behaviors. Those rules are applicable. Only thing is here we are handling as key value pair. So again, object is a collection. So object is a collection of properties. Each property is associated with key value pair. So that property can also be a function. Here few differences are there, minute difference, handling wise. Theory wise it's same. Handling wise, object in JavaScript, you have objects are nothing but collection of properties. You will be using curly braces. Each property will have key value pair. Property can also be a function. So whatever we discussed in theory, let's apply in practical. So before, I would like to show you two different ways of object creation. Oh my God, it's not there. Okay, I will show you, no problem. So property is associated with key value pair. So how we are initializing an object in Java? Likewise, in JavaScript, we need to initialize. So my car is an object name equal to this curly braces indicates object. So each object property, Honda, ZXi, Red, 4R properties, all the property you have to provide it with key value pair combination. So my car is an object holding the first property type, second property color, third property wheel. What is the speciality of fourth property engine? Engine is also a property, but it is not holding a single value. Again, it is holding what? Another object.
Two objects. Cylinders and size.
Cylinders and size. You can take a snap of this. You can try. So I'll try with employee or some other thing. So this is also possible. How we have array of array. Likewise, I can have an object inside object. I can have one property as one another inner object. So we have so many ways of creating an object. This is a regular way by using direct initializing. The other way is initialize in constructor. Constructor is supported in JavaScript. So whatever the rule we discussed, the same thing is applicable. Same name as class name. Here we don't have constructor separate block. We will use function as a constructor. So I have two objects. Please look into bottom to top approach. I have Jack car and Jill car as an object. This is an object. Both the objects belongs to car class. So I will be initializing a constructor. I'm defining a constructor. I'm initializing all the values here. So under that, the fourth will be an engine. Engine is holding cylinder and size. And these two values will be passed to an engine constructor where cylinders and size will be initialized. Okay. So I want all of you to take a snap of this, slide, creating an object using initializer, creating an object using constructor. Try the same. Try to print both all the objects. So this is my car object. You try to print either be on console window or your HTML page. Here you print Jack car and Jill car, which both are objects. So let us model the below cars using object. I will not do this. I will do with different example. I want you to try this. You remember what are the three objects in the previous slide? The first one via direct initialization, these two via constructor. So totally three objects I want all of you to create. So I will show you with different example. What can I use? Tell me any object name, guys, where I can record the data. Like
Phones.
Come on, guys. You try with car. I'll give you time after my demo. So I thought let's try different demo. I'll go for book.
Author and book, ma'am.
Author we will create as an inner object. Shall I? Let is optional. I'm leaving. So always object has to be created with the syntax curly braces, the holding key value pair. So let me take guys what I can take. Then let me go for regular way. So what is this? This is direct initialization. Please pay attention what I can give. So let me give book ID. So always key will be enclosed within double quotes. So let me give book ID as 2001, comma, book name. Intro to Java. Can I give author details?
Yes, ma'am.
Whereas here I'm going to give as an again one another object. So author name. Author pen name. So this is direct initialization. Let me print book 1. So shall we use constructor for book 2? So let me give book 2 is equal to new book of, you pass all the values. One minute, it started. 1 second.
Ma'am, should we need to write book ID in double inverted commas?
Okay, let's continue with the constructor initialization. This number, no, you can give directly. So you can give intro to HTML and CSS. And the third parameter will be author name. Tim Berners-Lee. Author pen name.
Ma'am, ma'am, do we need to write this book ID in double inverted commas? Or a book name in double inverted commas?
See, JavaScript is less error prone. Even if I don't go for double quotes also, it will not throw an error. But very soon we will touch JSON format. So when it comes to JSON, serious note is always the key. It can be even a number, always the key should be enclosed within double quotes. Have this practice.
No, ma'am, I just recall yesterday we used it.
But
double inverted
that's what. Soon, not tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, we will touch and we will work on JSON. So have this practice. So go for irrespective of any type of key. Always, even I can use number also. Here I can use 1, 2, 3, but go for double quotes. Have this practice.
Okay, ma'am.
using constructor initialization. So no special functionality for constructor. Constructor is also comes under function. So let me define author. So author is holding author name, comma, author pen name. So what is the keyword used to initialize class variable?
This.
Same you need to use here. So author name is equal to whatever the author name you are passing, this dot. Author pen name is equal to author pen name followed with my book. So book consists of book ID. I can give any different name. So this dot book ID is equal to ID. This dot book name is equal to book name. The last one. Think author name, author pen name. These two things I'm gonna to initialize in first object. This dot author one is equal to new author of author name, comma, author pen name. I think it works. Let me copy paste this. I'm writing everything on my HTML. If you want, you're familiar with console, you use. Don't have problem. So book one is direct initialization. Book two is via constructor. That's all. Why I'm not getting. It's not displaying because this prototype. I'll check this. Give me a minute. It is not displaying in my by browser. It is just displaying as an object. Yeah, of course, book one, book two, both are object. I will try the same in console. So use console for displaying this object type because my HTML document is not taking these objects. So prefer this console. So always in order to test your JavaScript, that too particularly this object, you can take this. Okay. So what was the first one, which is book one? The other one is book two. So if you take direct initialization, my machine is taking only object type. Whereas if you are initializing as a constructor, it is taking book class type, book type. So the first one is author holding all the Java book details. Whereas the second one is holding all your HTML and CSS book details. Have you read about this prototype? Yesterday, even I introduced this prototype. The word prototype comes after your array and object. Anyone? Have you studied on this, the word prototype? We will have prototype for array and we will have this prototype for object. Yes, Priyanka.
It is associated with every function.
It is associated with every array and object. Don't say function.
Object.
If you take array, all your array methods, all its syntax and definitions, everything will be associated with array, will be under this prototype. Likewise, tell me what are all the things associated with object? Come on, guys. That's all. What are all the things associated with object? Starting from constructor, getter, setter, toString. Maybe these things are new to us. Value of. If you open for array, if you try to print an array in console and if you check, it will list out all the array functions. So all right, I tried for this book. You try for this cars. And explore on this prototype. This is one interesting thing about object in JavaScript. I have created user object. Can I add some other properties later? You take this. I have initialized book 1. So after some time, by using book 1, wait, book 1 dot
price
engine type is equal to petrol. Will it take? I'll show you the output. I'm sorry, I should not take engine type here. What I can take?
Price.
No, I didn't get your word, Da. Can you?
Price, ma'am.
Price. Price is equal to some 250 rupees. So I initialized my book. Can I add another property, price, and I can have value? You tell me yes or no after seeing the output. Valid or not?
Valid.
Valid. It is possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. After some time also I can initialize any new property. Yeah. So working on complex data structure, which is nothing but introducing array of, we started with array of array and object inside another object. But whereas the other category, array of objects, array as an object property. Is it possible? You look into this first category, array of object. What was this product? What was the symbol we are using here? Product is considered as
Array.
Array. So inside product, the first index is holding one object. 0th index, product of 0 is one object. And the product of first index is another object. Please look into this. And if you take the right hand side, what was this employee? Employee will be considered as an object. Under that, we have property, employee ID, employee name, email ID, contact number, and language known as one property.
Array.
Whereas it is holding an array. So I will not try. You try this, or you try with the existing example. And then we will start with wrangling. Okay. So I'm giving you hardly 10 minutes time. You can take a snap of this, or I will share the snap. You start with this engine, my car and Jill car and Jack car, and try to print all the cars. And you can try this. Quickly complete it. Just practice it so that I want you to settle down with this object category. So that's it. And we will be getting into the last actual topic, which is wrangling of data by using array and object. So before wrangling, all of you needs to familiar with array and its function and its object and the object handling. So continue the same. So you continue creating objects for those three cars, and you try for complex data structure. So after that, let's continue with this demo. I will try this demo. You continue with your object creation so that we can do it parallelly.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
ma'am, can you share the data of that cars objects?
I already shared on Mentor Notes channel. I already shared. I shared two different ways of object and complex data structure. In continuation with that, we will do chaining.
No, ma'am, the data which we have to fill in the objects, it was there in the slides.
That was same. Okay. That was also same. Okay, no problem. I will share.
Yeah, this one, ma'am.
This one, no? I don't know who arised this query. I didn't notice your name. You are asking about this? This
Yes,
data?
ma'am.
Okay, good. Product ID, product name, product price. Guys, when you are trying a demo for object along with object printing, so you can try this. So for the demo, I tried only to printing those objects so that it will display the output in the form of object. Along with that, is it possible to use object name dot the property name? Will you get the output for line number 41?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you get the output for line number 42? Book 2
Yes, ma'am.
dot author name. It is not author capital name. It is author one.
No, ma'am. I think there should be get book name.
No,
Okay.
it is not. It should be object name. I used class name, capital author. It should be object name author one. See, it's working. For book 2, book 2 name is introduction to HTML and CSS, and author name is Tim Berners-Lee. See, this is there. This flexibility is there with your what object. Oh my God, I'm taking long time. Have you completed a sample demo on this object? Guys,
Yes, ma'am.
you tell me
Yes,
whether
ma'am.
you need 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes, even 15 more minutes, it's fine. I thought let's do a complex data structure and then we will do chaining function. We started, you proceed. I'll complete it and then I'll give the explanation. Then we'll move on to next. Again, 1000. God. Is not defined in 38. Or do why? So guys, one more demo, not new, continuation of previous combination of those what chaining array functions along with this complex data structure. It looks like complex, but it's simple. Please pay attention. So more complex data structure, which is array of object. One of the object property will be an array. So let us work on complex data structure. We will apply those chaining function like filter, mapping, as well as create a stock of each product type. Let us do the same operation. So in order to reduce the time, I did this code. Some time back, I created an HTML file. So whatever the product we handled with array, you remember this? So whatever the details of product we handled with array, same thing I have converted as object. Please look into line number 13 to line number 35. So instead of array, I have handled as array of objects. Instead of each inner array row, I have handled as an, so that we can overcome the problem of printing. Can I able to print this HP mouse? Can I able to print 501? Can I able to locate the data?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
With the
ma'am.
help of key. So my first 0th index of product is having an object holding key value property. So product is equal to an array. Inside array, I'm having 5 objects. Curly braces indicates object. This is my first object, my second object, third object, fourth and fifth. Declaration and initialization is clear. So this is my array. My product is an array, but each array object, each array holding object. And nothing new. I just copy pasted the same code. So you remember we started with filtering. Then we mapped. Then we applied reduce. Same thing I'm doing here. Please pay attention. So discounted stock product. I combined everything. So I gave the name as discount along with only for discounted, I'm going to take the stock. So initially I'm taking my array. I'm applying filter function. So in that filter, I need to traverse the price. Earlier we used index. You remember we used index I of 2, which represents index 2. Now 2 index is not required. We can use what? Property name, key. So I am traversing with all the objects, all the index of my product, all the 5 objects. Each object I am referring my price, and whichever the price is greater than 1000, that product alone I am traversing, and I am returning product ID, product name, product price. By the way, 35, 36, 37, 38 is new. Earlier, we filtered and we have taken all the data, and only for the last data we applied a discount price. You can apply here. So we took 0th index, first index and second index. In second index alone we applied this this discount revised price. Here it is not an array, here it is an object. So always I want to return an object. Can I do this operation? Minus y dot price, what was that, into 15 by 100. This formula is correct. So I am taking only the product price having greater than 1000. So it will take all the mouse except camera. So all the 4 products alone, we are giving a discount of 15%. But this time it is not an array. Here it is key value pair. Again, I'm comparing. So we used to map and we traversed with all the 4 value and we returned first index, product ID, product name, price allowed, it's discounted price. But this time in map, it's very important. I am traveling all the value. It's very important. You need to use curly braces. Inside that you need to use return. I am going to return a collection. Again, use an object. So more than one line. So use curly braces in return. Why I'm using curly braces here? In line number 34, it is many line. Whereas in line number 35, it represents object. So I am gonna to return an object and that object is holding key value pair. And the last value alone, I'm doing this discount price. Till 39th line, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
This time it is not value. This time it is key value pair. Wait. So last time it is an array. So index. This time it is key value pair. Okay, this map is returning only those 4 mouse, whichever the price is greater than 100. So out of that, if I want to continue and if I want to find the stock, find out the total number of stock, I need to apply reduce. Nothing new. I just copy pasted everything. My temp array product, my temp array is initially empty. For the first time, I am pushing my record. When I am pushing, I should not push my index. Last time we pushed product name and stock 1, but this time I should not push index. I have to push my product name object. So if the index value is less than 0, -1, in temp array, I want to push an object. And the object consists of product name and stock is 1. If the stock is already exist, and if the product name is already found in my temp array, what I need to do? In my temp array stock, I want to increment stock with +1. And at last, return your temp array. And when you try to print the discounted value, so you will be, you will be getting discounted or two different, see here, I have an array with 2 objects alone. My array size is 2 and the first product is HP mouse, stock is 1. And the second object is holding Dell mouse with the stock 3. Output remains same, only the structure differs. I can show you my demo 1. Okay, I have not tried console. You can check this. HP mouse 1, Dell mouse 3. You can try the same in console. Since it is an object, I'm trying in console. Output remains same. What is the difference? Here it is an array. My first array index 0. My array is holding 2 different array. Whereas here I'm having an array holding object. Please look into the symbol. Output remains same. Here it is an array only, array of array. Here it is array of object. Only 2 object. That is why size is 2. Stock 1, stock 3. Everything remains same. Only in the place of index, you need to apply key value pair. And by using that key, you need to compare with the value. So is that fine? You can able to relate the topic. I know it takes time to get clear picture on this method and all these lines. Yes, Nikhil.
Nothing, ma'am. Got it, ma'am.
Good. So I know it's a difficult topic. So that is why I took whole day. Even it's 4 o'clock. I have one more last topic. It's again, I almost reached. My only pending thing is the conversion, wrangling. Once if you are clear with array and object, we can proceed with wrangling. I'll do it after some time. So okay, I'm sharing my demo 3. So which is same, whatever we did in demo 1, I'm doing it in demo 3, but this time it is complex data structure, an array holding object. And this is the syntax of object. Okay, I'm sharing this demo. And if you want, you can take 5-10 minutes break. Okay, I'll catch you at 4:15, guys. I'll share this demo. And you can take a break. I'll catch you at 4:15. You analyze for next 15 minutes. Then we will proceed on wrangling. Any queries, any doubt? So are they practicing?
Yes, Sangeeta, they're practicing.
So guys, let's complete the topic. Requesting all of you to pay attention. One last topic for the day. I'm sure one last topic. You know, when I introduced this topic in the morning, so we were discussing on what? Come back to the topic.
Object and array.
Wrangling.
You remember? So converting the data from one format to another format. So we are going to do the same. So converting the data of one format. Please look into the screen, guys. I need another last 10-15 minutes. So I have data in one format. By using JavaScript code, I'm going to convert one format data to another format. These are all just examples. We will not be dealing with any table data, any bar chart, nothing. So JavaScript supports its own type. With that type, if I want to perform any conversion, I can do. So what type? It is between array of object and array as objects property. This was our last example. Moving on to the next. Using arrays and objects to wrangle data. So requesting all of you to look into the slide. Compare left-hand side with right-hand side. And do you find similarities and do you find the transformation of data? So please look into the left side block. And what was this? The notation which they have used. Order is an array. The array is holding object. And we have customers array, which is also holding two different objects. What we are doing in right hand side?
Only one object.
Array inside object.
Apart from that, please look into the values. Yeah. The left side is orders. It's an array and is holding object. But this object, the first object is holding only orders detail here. Whereas here, we are comparing with all the customers. So let's take order 4344. I'm sorry, 4343. And I have customer ID 9. And there were two customers. It can be any number of customers. So let's take Amazon. I can have any number of customers. So this customer ID, I want to compare. So customers, customer ID will be compared with orders customer ID. Whichever the ID is matching, those matching alone, I'm going to create as an object. And what are all the properties required? I need order ID. I need order date. I need those customer details. Customer ID, customer name, customer email ID, maybe contact is from some other table based on the customer ID. Apart from that, remaining all properties of order, product, quantity, and price. Maybe quantity from some other. So one form of data converted, transformed to another form of data. See, both are same. So both are same data, but only thing is format is different, and we are doing comparison, and out of all the customer, we filtered only Jim Smith. So how can I filter the record? I have 10 customers. I want to take only the customer matching with the customer ID. What functionality you need to apply?
Filter.
Filter. That's all. Filter, only filter. You relate to the topics which we discussed. So order is object, customer is another object. So whomsoever customer placed the order alone, I want to retrieve, and I want to transform from one data structures to another data structure. This is the process of wrangling. All right. So we can do this with filter and map. All of you agree with me? Guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We can do this, the transformation of the data from left side to right side using map and filter. That's all. Let's take one more example. Performing aggregation on object data. This can be done with the help of
Reduce.
With respective to quality property. So that's it for the day. I have not discussed the code. Let's discuss. So I have tried the same. Meanwhile, I created one more demo. So demo 2, I created demo 3, okay, the demo 4. So some 5 minutes back, I created demo 4. I just copy pasted those order detail and customer detail. So I added few more detail, a few more orders, and let me add some more customers. All right, requesting all of you to, okay, this is also, I just copied. I'm leaving this const let and all. Look into line number 13. So sample is an object which is holding first object, which is orders, whereas order is an array holding 2 objects, which is merged. And customer is another property where it is holding array as a property value, and inside array I have first object and second object. Nothing but complex data structure. Please look into the data alone. Under orders, I copy pasted the same order ID, order date, customer ID, and price, product price. You can give product name also. I have one more order. Or I can remove this order. As of now, I'm removing. Let us complete the first demo and then we'll proceed with multiple. So I have one order and I have 2 customers. Let me go for same example, Smith and Roger. Data part is clear. Shall we discuss on JavaScript code? I know it's a lengthy day, but no other go, guys. Data part is clear. I just copy paste the PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
But I made a slight modification. I put everything as an property type. So under sample object, I have orders property. Inside I have an array, and customers, another property, and I have 2 array object. Same data. So order ID and this order done by placed by this customer. So if I want to transform, So if I want to transform the data from this format to this format, so you have to use whatever the thing we discussed from afternoon. So create a temporary object, so which is taking a parameter. See here, I am calling result and I am passing sample. Sample is nothing but my product detail, or I will not make it as products or product details, so that there will not be a confusion. So let us call result and I am passing product details. This line is clear. I will get into the result block. Again, I'm repeating, this is my product details holding orders and customers object, and both the objects are holding n number of array values. So I'm going to print results, whichever is returning from the result. I'm going to pass product detail as a parameter. This line is clear. 48th line, the data part and function call, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a callback function. I am passing product details. This product details has been captured as sample. And I'm using arrow function. I'm having more than one single line, so you can use curly braces. Line number 34, it is getting closed on line number 47. So for sure, this function needs to return value. What value it needs to return? Return. So if you have a confusion, instead of sample, you can change it as product details. So product details has been captured as sample here. So from product details, from orders, I'm gonna to map. Why I want to use map? What is the purpose of map here?
Traverse all the orders.
All the orders.
So
as of now, we have only one orders. That's what I want to add one more. So that no, it will travels all the orders. So if you want, I will add one more orders also. So let's assume 4343, 4344, 4345. So which is placed on 7th, and the customer is 10, and the price is 1,800. Here it is 2,500. So I have 3 orders. So what it is doing, it will go to product details, it will visit a property orders, and it is traversing all the values in orders. It will take first order and it will do whatever the thing we have inside body of map arrow function, it does. Line number 45 is clear. Don't get confused. This sample is nothing but a parameter captured, which is product detail. If you want, I will modify everywhere if you have a confusion, because in your sprint they mentioned as sample. So I thought, let me go with sample. Did I missed anywhere? All right, guys, please pay attention. So it is traversing product detail in orders property dot map. That means it will traverse all the order. So what this order represents? Orders is a property. What is this order represents? This time I need answer from you. I will not explain.
Like a variable, like
for the first time, when it is map, when it is under map function, when it is
object variable.
Object. So for the first time, if it is going to travel all the 3 orders. So for the first time, it will traverse this. This will be considered as an order. Orders of 0, orders of 1, orders of 2. So that we are capturing it as local variable order. So for the first time, it will get into the first order, 4343, this order. And what we are doing, again, we have multiple line of function enclosed within curly braces. So it will go to first order, and what we need to do, we need to return. It's a key value pair property. It's not an index. So I want to return order ID. So if you want order ID, you return it. So I want to return order ID. So from where I want to return, this is just a key name. You can give any name. So even instead of order ID, if you want to give O underscore ID, it's fine. So order date, O underscore date, it's fine. So it's not required that all the time this key name should same. Here, when we are defining orders data, key remains order ID. Whereas this is according to my requirement, I want to return and print the output. So it will traverse to the first order. In first order, the key will be OID and the value will be order.order ID, which is nothing but 4343. Line number 47 is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
And line number 49, we are returning a key as O data and it will go to the first order and it will return the date. Same thing is repeated for all the three orders. I'm talking about only line number 47 and 48. Still, I didn't touch the 49. So it will traverse all the three order and it will take only order ID and order date. Will it take price? Do we get price in our output?
No, ma'am.
Because we didn't specify it. If you want, you can specify after comma and you can give key value pair. So moving on to 49, line number 49, this time. So I want to display customer details. Please look into here. So I want order ID, I want order date. If you want, you can give price at the end. Whereas, have you noticed the third block?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, I'm repeating wrangling. This data is getting converted to this data. Under order, we have order ID and order date. In customer ID, instead of customer ID, I want whole customer details. So that is what we are doing. Please pay attention. So in customer details, I want to give a key name as customer details : again, I want to traverse all the customer. So out of all the customer, whichever the customer ID matching, those record I want to filter. So again, go to product details. This time you need to take customer key. What I want to do? Do I want to take all value? No, I want to take only the condition matching. So you apply filter. So filter, what I need to filter? So temporary variable. So where it will take all these customer records. From order, I am fetching customer ID double equal to matches with customer ID. This line is clear to you all. So whichever the order ID orders customer ID, let's assume 34001, which matches with customer ID 34001, those records alone will be filtered. If it not match, it will not take. See here, I'm having 1, 9, 10, whereas here I'm having only 1. Even this is not getting matched. Only for the first order, I have a matching customer. So only those customer records alone will be displayed and it is traversing with all the customer details where it is returning only customer name. Can I return email ID? Is it possible?
Ma'am, in line number 49, we have stored detail customer. After that, we are traversing that in 50,
that
right?
Customer alone. Very good. So I will be getting only 34001 matching. So this customer, the word customer, whatever there in right hand side, whichever the condition gets matched, that alone will be stored in customer. After that, I am traversing not with customers. I'm traversing only with the temporary object. Customer.
Yes,
got it?
Yes, ma'am.
See here, the difference. Customer is having 2 customers. I don't want to traverse all the customer. I want to traverse only the condition gets matched. And then whatever the detail I want to print, I can print. Wait, let me go to my PPT. What are all the things they are printing? Customer ID, customer name, email, everything you can print. Even if you want, if I want to display customer ID, I can. Go for the same key. Left hand side, it can be any key, but right hand side, it should match. So I will be getting, what would be the expected output? You can guess. So what would be the expected output?
First of all, order ID.
Order ID, colon,
Then
whatever
order
it is
date.
matching. If it is 4343, comma,
Order
order
date.
date, whichever is matching.
And customer ID.
Let's take. Oh no, it is not order date. It is only O date, comma. This time it is not customer ID. It will modify as
CID.
no cust details. And what will be there in right hand side? All of you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And what will be there inside?
Customer ID.
First ID, first
Customer ID,
name,
name,
first
email
name.
ID. My God, this you just adjust with this. Since I have copied, the space is coming. So it will not be customer ID. It will be somewhere like 34001. And customer name, I should get this Jim Smith, and I will be getting jim@gmail.com. So this was the data. This was my original data. Can you observe something? This was my original data, and this is also, by the way, this was the original data. And this was the data which we will get based on result.
Ma'am, and the price?
Do it. If you want price, you can have it wherever you want. You give price, colon, you should give order dot. What was the price? Matching is 1. So 1500. So this was my source data, which is getting converted to this data. All these can be done with the help of your functions. Map filter. According to me, map filter is fine. But how we are doing, that matters. All right. So I will be getting 3 output. Why 3? Why 3?
One is the customers and the another we have from the orders.
Why array of 3?
3 orders pass the condition.
Very good. 3 orders. So I will be getting details of 3 orders. So order ID 4343, 4344, 4345. So can you interpret something on this last category, customer details?
Only one customer ID match.
So only one customer ID matching with this order. Do we have any matching customer for 4344 and 4345?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. And you please observe this key value pair. And let me do and again refresh the screen. So I have 4343 matching with 1. I have 4344 which is matching with 9. Well, let me match with 34009. Guys, give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. So I have 3 orders. Out of that, 1 customer is matching. Now I am matching with 1 more customer. So what will happen? For 4343, 1 customer matches. What will happen to 4344 also?
1 matching.
1 matches. So let me do same customer ID. See here, instead of 34009, let me display 1. So for 1 order, 2 customer detail gets matched. Can you see the difference? Guys, is that fine?
Yes, ma'am.
You able to relate the topic? Even I have tried inner array because you once if you work and get back to me. So I have added 1 more detail, which is product ID. So orders table is having order ID and customer ID and product ID. So I have orders, I have customers, and I have products. So whichever the product ID matches, I want to retrieve. So we will discuss this on tomorrow. Same continuation of the same, but I have added 1 more object. So orders object, customer object, and finally product object. I know you have overloaded with this topic. So just analyze it. This is fine to clear your sprint for today. I'm giving you 10 minutes time to analyze the last demo for wrangling. I'm sure you people are familiar with this code. Only thing is this data format is new. So according to the requirement of us, we need to transform the data format. So this alone new, I'm giving you time and I'm sharing my demo 4 for your analyzing purpose. At 5:30, I'll release the sprint. You take enough time. So if you have understood this, I'm sure you can complete your sprint within half an hour. I'm sure. Same type of wrangling you need to do with a given sprint.
Yeah.
All right. And this advanced demo, I'll discuss on tomorrow morning. Once if you are clear with this demo 4 and your sprint, so within few minutes, I can give you an explanation for the other one. I don't want to overload it on today. So I'm sharing my demo 4. Please interpret the code. And then I'm sharing the problem statement for today. That's all. Asif, over to you. Anything if you want to add on this topic, you can. And then we will release the sprint.
No, nothing from my side to add on this, Sangeeta.
All right.
I think you can release the sprint.
So I'm sharing the last demo and then I'm sharing the link to this sprint. Please interpret the code and read the problem statement. And you can start.
Ma'am, please give 10 minutes.
Okay. Can anyone share your screen for discussing sprint? Hello. Guys.
Ma'am, can I?
Others, please pay attention. We have only one sprint for the day. That is also data wrangling.
Yes, ma'am.
And yeah, resolve impedance mismatch in task board renderer challenge boilerplate. Scroll down. So context about Kriya. Kriya is an application to manage and track tasks. Please pay attention. I would like to highlight. We have task board. We have task list. Yeah, we have task board. Consists of board ID, board name, board description. Task list consists of list ID, board and list name. Followed with card. Card consists of card ID, card list ID, board ID, card title. The last one is comment. Comment ID, card ID, comment text and timestamp. So anything which is common between one component to another component, have you noticed?
Yes, ma'am. Board ID, list ID, card ID.
So how we have customer ID in orders table, I'm sorry, orders array and customer array. So likewise, we have board ID, which is there in boards as well as list. List ID, which is there in list as well as card. Card ID, which is there in card component and comment component. So you need to apply filter for these comparisons. So you need to map all the records in board with board, whichever, or you need to traverse with all the details of board. With this board, you need to add list details, not all list details, only the list of board ID matches with board.board ID. You need to traverse all the list only matching with this board ID. And then you need to traverse card matching with list ID and then comment which is matching with card ID. Scroll down.
Okay.
I handled for orders and customer ID. So you have to do it for all the components. Scroll down. You will be having board. This is a sample input format. So there were boards. Okay. So we have boards, we have two lists, and we have cards, and we have comments. Scroll up, no problem. This is our input. Scroll up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So we need to traverse with board, and if you noticed, there were only one board. So in one board, you need to traverse with list. In list, we have two lists. So first list and second list. So whichever the list matches with board ID, that detail alone we need to display. And with the list 992 and 990, whichever it is matching, 992 alone it needs to display. Likewise, it goes till comment section. So this is your sample. This is just a sample. This is not the exact data. Come down. You need to retrieve output in this format. I know there is a mistake because we haven't dealt with members. So board ID, board followed with list, followed with card, followed with component. So I will confirm for this member after looking into your input file. I'm not sure with this member because member is not exist in our input. Scroll down. This is just a reference, guys. So here input format is not equal to the expected format. This is just an example. So you need to use the concept of wrangling for this impedance mismatch. Don't worry, they have provided all the implementation steps. Start with boards array. Transform the board array. Please look into the second point. Transform the board data such that each board data consists of board ID, board title, and list. So whichever the list, you need to retrieve from list array. So board.board ID should matches with list.board ID. Those list alone you need to retrieve. And list consists of cards, whichever the card list ID, list.list ID matches with card.list ID. So followed, it continues till comments. It continues till comments. Please look into the last point. Perform filter operation on cards. Perform filter operation on comments, cards, and your list. So according to me, only by using map and filter, you can complete this. So for clone, and it's very important, they have provided so many JavaScript file. Don't get confused. So you have to provide, come down, still the question not get over. You have to provide the solution code in your transform function. How I tried result function. So likewise, you have to try with transform function. Ensure that no other code gets modified. Don't do anything with any other JS file. They have provided lots of files. Don't touch any other file. You can refer, but don't do any modification. Please work on transform function, which is available in transformer.js. So you can launch index.html to view the output. So only if you provide the correct output, you will get the expected output on your console window. So scroll up. The question looks bigger. The thing is data wrangling. I did for order and customer. You need to do it for board, list, card, and comment. I'm sure everything's are familiar to you. Go to scripts folder. So when you have a time, please open this board. No, don't open now. You took analysis on board render, input, output script. And by the way, you need to do code under transformer.js. Click input.js. This is what the input they have provided. Come down, slowly come down. Go to list. So there is only one board. You will be finding many lists. So whichever the list matching with board ID, those record alone you need to display. Come down. You will be having huge data, I'm sure. Don't worry, irrespective of any number of data, you are aware of this, what was that component name? You don't make a mistake in this. That's all. Story over. Cards ID, list ID, followed with comment ID. Scroll up. Board ID. Scroll up. So cards, lists, board. Any query? Open transformer.js. Whatever we have tried in result function, callback, you need to try with transformer. Don't worry about importing, exporting the file. You directly refer it. Okay. So you have to write in transform callback function, and all the data has been provided with the name data. So inside your transformer, if you want to refer board, how you will refer? Guys, if you want to refer boards, how you will refer?
With the help of map.
Data
dot. Yeah. I'm asking a simple question. I know you people.
Data.boards.map or
my question was how we will refer those array object name.
Data boards.
Oh, correct. So we will be using, let me do a simple thing. We will be using return keyword, return data dot boards dot what function?
Filter.
Filter and map.
Map.
Initially, we have to use only map.
Map, yeah.
Later only we will be using
Filter.
Filter. Wait, I'll give you a hint. So all the data, irrespective of all the data, we are passing as a parameter and we are capturing it as a data. Data is a parameter. So what I want to return? So don't forget, it's an arrow function. I want to return. So use return data dot boards. Board is my key name, dot map. I'll repeat again, make clear. So return data, everything you need to refer with data dot boards dot map. So inside map, where I want to start, whatever the output you want. So we will be starting with board object, or you can give any name. So I want to start with the first record. So whatever you want to return from board, what you want to return? Board ID. So how to retrieve board ID?
Dot board ID.
Yeah. Board dot board ID. So comma, whatever the data you want, very important. So after this, after board ID, after board name, what was the next component? List. Don't do anything. Don't refresh. Harshit, let it be. Don't do anything. Go to transformer itself.
Okay.
I am. It's getting refreshed and my annotation is getting automatically updated. Wait. So what will be there in list?
List ID or board ID.
Board ID.
I cannot refer list directly. So from board, I'm referring board ID, board name, it continuation of list. Imagine your data wrangling in list again, where I want to retrieve from my data. Where I want to refer by, I want to refer the object list dot. Do I want to traverse all the record?
No, ma'am, only the matching list ID.
So now you need to apply filter. What filter? So I need to apply filter where?
List ID.
Board ID.
So you can use any temporary object where? Here I used board dot board ID double equal to
List dot board ID.
I should use x dot board ID. Even I have provided partial code. Then again, whatever you want to return, you return it. After filter, again you apply map, you traverse with all the value, whatever the required output you return. Again, under list, we have cards. Under card, we have component. Take a snap of this. Complete it. I'm sure if you have understood my last example of data wrangling, you can complete this sprint within half an hour, hardly half an hour. Any query? Even reduce is not required. You can do everything with, if you want to return something, no. You go ahead with board and Is that clear? Will you able to try? Will you able to continue and complete it? That's all. You go now. Don't clear my annotation. Harshad, you go to expected output. Do we have something called as expected output? Go back. Go to script.
Okay.
Go to
Yes,
expected
ma'am.
output. So you need to write. So I have provided. You need to provide boards. So return board ID, board title. Where is this member is coming? Do we have members in input file?
No,
I don't
ma'am.
know. No. Leave that member. There may be some error. I'm sure I saw only board. Board is having type list. List is having card. Card is having comment. By the way, this is not the actual output. Your actual output differs. So ensure that you are handling map followed with return output, followed with filter, again followed with map, return output, it continues. So tell me how many map function we need to use roughly. Come on guys, you can guess within few minutes, few seconds.
4.
4.
3 or 4?
3, ma'am.
No.
4, ma'am.
4. I should start traversing from board, then list, then card and comment. What about filter?
3.
3.
Correct. It's only 3 because I want to filter board ID with list ID, card, and then comment. All okay. Enough for the day. Thank you, Harshit.
Okay, ma'am. Shall I stop sharing?
Okay. So it's time. I'm closing the session. You can take a break of some 15-20 minutes or half an hour time, but try to complete the sprint by today. Guys, give the confirmation. Will you complete the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You continue where I stopped. Hardly it will take half an hour. Complete it by today so that we can start with a fresh topic on tomorrow morning. Anywhere you got struck, you share the snap on Slack. After 9 o'clock, I'll reply you all. Thanks all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
With this, I'm
Yeah, bye
closing
everyone.
today.